Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are on June 29th, shortened week. We've got non-farm payrolls moved from a Friday to a Thursday. We've got end of the month, end of the quarter, which follows that beginning of the month, beginning of the quarter. It's kind of right there in line. Glad to be back with all of you. Hopefully, you guys all had a great couple of weeks without me. I missed you all. Hopefully, you guys missed me. We'll see what chat says. Probably not, but anyway. I'm here. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And the man in the middle who definitely missed me because he was working way too hard. But I'm back, Jimmy. I'm back, baby. It's senior market strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Don't worry, I had my beauty sleep all weekend. I'm ready to go.
Look how fresh he looks today.
He does.
He's like, Deli's back. I'm rested. He's chilling, looking at his Kelce plays. Yeah. Quick look at the tape. We'll take a look at the news with Shai. Market's up 1% in the NASDAQ, half of 1% in the Russell and the Dow, which was a big rotation from last week. NASDAQ had one of the worst weeks in just about a year. And surprise, surprise, they're up 1% following that. S&P up 0.75%. Key levels to watch. Our opening range low of the week, everybody. That's what's interesting to me right now is that you've got an interesting beginning of the week with the opening range low, and then you're going to have a new monthly candle in the middle of the week and a shortened week, and just a lot of ebbs and flows here. Gold struggling again. Pax talked about it yesterday in the Sunday show, 4,100-ish. He's talking about it as a big level to watch. Silver sub $60. Platinum back down to 1,600. Metals have been out of favor. Strong dollar. Talk more about that this morning. Bond market really just kind of flat right now. And the dollar, although it's been strong, slight bit of weakness this morning, a little bit of strength coming up with some of the currencies. Nothing crazy. And Bitcoin just can't really regain 60,000, just sitting there struggling. But we'll talk about all of that and more. First, Shai, the news.
All right, so get the Iran stuff out of the way. So we had an exchange of attacks that began on Thursday over the waterway, and with the Islamic Republic striking a container ship. This prompted Washington to hit Iran the following day, and then these strikes continued again over the weekend and on Saturday night after Tehran attacked a vessel carrying Qatari oil. Both sides, of course, blamed each other for reaching the ceasefire, but in the nick of time, just before the open on Sunday, we got a headline that the U.S. and Iran have agreed to stop attacking each other before peace talks resume this week. Now, we do have Hormuz traffic dropping off of the fact that 2 vessels were attacked over the weekend, so we are down to 12 transits versus 45 on Friday. Now, this morning, Iran said that no technical talks with U.S. were planned for this week and says the venue of talks with the U.S. in Doha are not confirmed, although Trump tweeted out that Iran has requested a meeting in Doha tomorrow. So we'll see what happens with that. But honestly, all that matters this week will be the flows. Rotation will be the theme of the entire week as markets digest a whole range of flow of events. We do have expiries. We have month-end, quarter-end, half-year end, and this is shoehorned into the 4th of July weekend. We also get the new JPM collar on the 30th, well as rebalance into the end. So that said, despite the recent rotation, U.S. equities are likely to enjoy another robust earnings season on the back of a solid macro backdrop and the AI investment boom, according to Goldman Sachs. Both RBC and Goldman Sachs did raise their 12-month target for the S&P 500 this morning to 8150. It's interesting to note, though, I just wanted to note that even though we had kind of a pullback, particularly in tech last week, if you look at equal weight at the S&P 500, actually hit an all-time high as we were seeing a rotation out of tech. And obviously, the weighted index rolled over with it because tech is so heavy in that index. Moving on, in the AI race, we've got Samsung and SK are going to invest $880 billion.
That's it?
In AI. In the new race, for AI, and a giant outlay in the digital infrastructure. So $880 billion, that's more than the total of U.S., which is crazy.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
So, fortunately, U.S.-listed Bitcoin exchange-traded ETFs are on pace for their worst month of withdrawals since launching it 2 years ago. Investors have pulled more than $4.1 billion from the 13 funds in June, the highest net outflow since the product started trading in January of 2024. IBIT, which is the BlackRock fund with the most assets under management alone, counted for $3 billion of those withdrawals. And we kind of talked about that before. If it's just not, these are not people that hold. These are, if it's not working for you, you're cutting it out of your portfolio, unfortunately. So we'll see where that goes. We had a few deals this morning. Rocket Lab to buy Iridium for $54 a share in cash and stock. Comcast plans to spin off NBC Universal and Sky into a media unit, and BT Group, which is the telecom company in the UK, and Verizon are going to form a joint venture creating a scaled international connectivity platform for multinational customers. And then Fuel Cell Energy got $49 million in Exim financing to advance the U.S. clean energy efforts. Clean energy exports, sorry. And then as far as data is concerned today, we have quiet day today, although we will, at the end of the week, won't be so quiet. At 10:30 a.m., we have Dallas Fed manufacturing activity.
Well, it's an interesting week, Rick. Coming off one of the worst weeks ever, coming into the end of the month, end of the quarter. Shai says it's all going to be about the flows. So we hand it off to you. What are the flows going to be, Chris?
Yeah, she's stealing my thunder now. She's getting into my turf.
She stole it.
It's an interesting week. 4 days of action into a holiday weekend. Seasonals for 4th of July are typically pretty good. New highs for the 4th of July for the president for the 250th celebration. I mean that sounds right up his alley here. And so, as we know, elevated geopolitical concern can only happen over the weekend when the markets are closed. We saw a little bit.
It's a rule.
We saw it a little bit at the close on Friday, and there was a story that they withheld telling the markets until after 5 o'clock. That we had started some attacks, which is interesting. And then yesterday, at about 5 p.m., attacks were off. And so, here we are again. But you're right. The flows this week are interesting, right? We have the quarter end. If you remember back to the March quarter end, there was a big pension rebalance the other way in favor of flows back into equities, which was supported also by that JPM collar. This time around, pension rebalance for sale in equities. The JPM collar really not a factor here. The strikes are well below, but that collar will reset at the end of the day on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, first of the month, we're in a negative gamma position.
We are
in a bit of a negative gamma position here too. So, but you have those beginning of the month kind of general 401k flows coming to the market. And then you have Chairman Warsh is speaking on Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock. And so it'll be interesting. He's on a panel with other central bankers in Europe. So it'll be interesting to see, does he follow through with some of the things that he mentioned at his first press conference a couple of weeks ago, or does he just kind of, refuse to answer questions about forward guidance because he doesn't want to give forward guidance? So that'll be interesting on Wednesday morning. And then it's payroll week, right? We get jobs data, JOLTS tomorrow, ADP Wednesday, non-farm payroll on Thursday. A strong payroll momentum data this week will likely bring back the idea that we could potentially be raising rates maybe in July, maybe in September, right? I mean, we've had half the committee has moved in that direction, and so but the market is pricing in that potential, right? And so the odds have come off the boil a little bit. We were as high, I think, as 35-40% for July. We're below that now, but a combination of a hawkish Warsh into a strong payrolls, we could reinvigorate some of that, and that's been the story for the dollar as well. As you mentioned, the dollar has been quite strong to end the quarter here, and so if that momentum continues, that'll be some more headwind, for the tape. But this week is a back and forth kind of week. Pax mentioned it. We talked about it a little bit last night too, that the flows are kind of erratic this week. Plus you have the leverage ETF flows every day, these rebalancing flows. So, probably need to play a little bit smaller. We're in kind of a chop zone here for a bit.
We have Brent Johnson on today. I can't wait to talk to him about what he thinks about everyone really kind of anticipating a rate hike here. We see what the dollar is doing. I mean, that is the story. That is the risk factor to the market. And again, Jimmy, we go to you. Opening range, low of the week to start. Sunday night, the Bulls came out and said, listen, just buy them. We're open, buy them. Yeah. It's now set a tone for the week, even though we all think it's going to be choppy. But you have opening range, lows for the week. You're going to have an end of the month here, end of the quarter. So the next 2 days I expect to be, like I said, somewhat choppy. And then you get these flows that come into the end of the week here.
Yeah, I mean, to Craig and Shai's point, I want to give them both credit, by the way. I don't want to get in trouble here, but there is a lot of rotation going on right now. I mean, think about the month, this month of June. We have the Russell is up 3.92% on the month. The Dow is up 2.59%. The E-mini S&P is down 1.74%, and the NASDAQ is down 2.36%. This is on the futures, and we're at the end of the month. So you're seeing this kind of strength in some of the stock index futures and weakness in the others. I know we focus on the E-mini S&P a lot and on the NASDAQ a lot, but these other two trades are pretty good. Now, so you're going to see a little bit of rotation within those particular indices themselves. And then if you look at bonds are strong. I mean, bonds are railing when everything else is going sideways here. Let me just open this chart up a little bit better so you can see it. So bonds are looking strong right now, and you can just kind of feel that long end, assimilating some of the money kind of moving over into it right now. So I'll pop up a bond chart really quickly here just so you guys could see it. There we are. I mean, we're almost at a 115 handle. That was a swing high. That's a line in the sand I've got right now. We saw that back in early April, and we're above the VWAP, the wartime VWAP here that I have anchored from that 2nd of March. So money's going to different places, but it's still out there. And I'll talk about Bitcoin later in the Edge Report. We got a couple of questions on it, but yeah, Bitcoin's not looking so good.
And when I look at the ZB chart, the bond chart, we're pretty much just a little bit lower than where we opened the year. And I know that we're talking a lot about it, and we're talking about the anticipation of rate hikes, and we're talking about the dollar. The dollar is really strong again, but the bond market is not like it's signaling to me this big flag up in the air going, hey, we're raising rates anytime soon.
Yeah, it's been a decent curve flattener, right? So the front end yields have moved higher, and in the back end, they haven't really followed, and kind of yields have moved, back a bit lower from before Warsh's meeting a couple weeks ago. So bond market's starting to give credibility to this idea that Warsh is an inflation hawk, and that he's really going to maybe follow through, and that, or at least it'll be difficult for him not to follow through if the data pushes in that direction, considering that half the committee is already there. I think the long end yields have fallen too because of oil, right? And so the fall in oil and some of the left tail fears about inflation risks kind of getting out of control have dissipated with the oil price moving lower. Although we saw last week some of the consumer electronics companies like Apple and Microsoft do 15 to 20% price hikes in order to deal with memory costs, right? And so the tightness in the AI story kind of filtering into the consumer won't necessarily show up in the CPI because the numbers are quite small. But from a headline perspective, and for things that kind of let's say bother the market, bother the consumer, but also maybe bother the president. When you hear about Apple raising prices 15 to 20% from a psyche perspective, the consumer's like, oh, great, another hit to the consumer here. So, but he's out this morning talking about lower oil prices, and that's a big deal. It's a big deal for the consumer, definitely a big deal for the bond market too. And I think that's helped keep yields from really pushing materially higher, despite that shift hawkish in the Fed. And the core PCE came out last week, and it was not as bad as feared, but we're still talking about 3% plus core inflation and kind of momentum moving in the wrong direction. So this inflation has moved beyond, just the oil price momentum here.
Shai, is the Fed even talking about a 2% or 3% mandate anymore? Is that just conversation just gone?
No. Well, Warsh did come out and say that there's no reason we can't get to 2%. And that's what started this whole hawkish talk. We know Powell largely did not care and was fine with us being somewhere in between the 2 and 3% band. But Warsh seems adamant on, or at least he says for now, on getting back to that 2%. I also wanted to add a little thing. I think what will be interesting to see is watch the bond market is it's getting a little bit of that underlying bid from that pension rebalance, from those pension rebalances where they had to sell equities, buy bonds. So it'll be interesting to see after Tuesday when that window closes, what happens to the bond market, and if maybe that has somewhat, helped the yields over the last, or helped lower the yields over the last week or so.
Yeah, let's talk about a couple of things, though, Shai. First off, we always looked at what's in favor and what's out of favor, and that really just means what's trending and what's not. And when we look at what's an interesting dynamic right now is that what's in favor is strong dollar. What's taking things out of favor? Weakness in oil. I think oil's been wanting to go down. Strength in dollar is just like, okay, let's take it over the top. Gold and silver, we've been talking about for weeks. This market is just, it's been out of favor so far this year. But what's interesting about a strong dollar scenario, if we talk about that as a potential weak spot for equities, Russell, of all the markets that we talk about that should struggle the most, if we think we're going to raise rates and you got a stronger dollar, it would be the Russell 2000. And when you look at it, it's the strongest one.
It is the strongest one. And I think that's where we're seeing some of that underlying rotation. Again, if we look at equal weight S&P 500, we literally made new all-time highs last week. Now, if you look at the weighted S&P, we're down 1%. So there is some sort of rotation going on underneath the surface that, we are just not seeing because we're so focused heavily on the AI story and the tech story and the big tech stocks.
Yeah, Jimmy, you had something to say about this in and out of what's in rotation right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Russell, like you said, it's surprising that the Russell 2000 is so strong, but you got to think that there's a lot of portfolios now thinking, okay, we had this huge rally in the NASI. The whole AI thing may or may not continue to go on. Maybe we should reallocate some of this money and diversify a little bit more. And I think that's what we're seeing here with the Russell. I don't know about the Dow, although that's pretty strong as well. But right now, it's the trade. I mean, it just keeps making these highs. It's in a nice upward channel right now, from a daily chart point of view, and there's decent volume in trading the futures. So there's a lot of opportunities. Salma trades it all the time, and I think she's right on point by looking at it as a strong market to get involved with.
We also had reconstitution last week in the Russell too.
Yeah.
And that tends to be one of the most active weeks in the Russell. So that is off the table this week. It has finished. So also something interesting to note.
Yeah, we talked about that a lot with obviously FTSE, CME, and CBOE. And what's interesting about that is just like how it's just as much volume that comes through, you don't even almost notice it. It's pretty incredible. Obviously, we noticed it in price as Russell is rallied a tremendous amount. But even with that, what the Russell recon, still steadily bid post recon.
I mean, the problem with the Russell, right, is that the best performing companies in the Russell now, leave the Russell.
They leave. That's
right?
my point.
So I think what we've been seeing over the course of the last, several weeks has just been a flight of capital out of the hyperscalers, out of the Mag 7 names. They become a huge source of funds as they've shifted their CapEx funding program from cash flow generated to debt finance and now to equity finance. And people are really questioning the returns assumptions. But the spending continues, and so all the capital is like really flowing into the areas of the market that benefit from that spending, whether it's the memory trade, Micron, Samsung, Hynix, and also the build out, the infrastructure plays, the industrials, and so there's no hyperscaler market cap in the Russell, and so as you move 10-15% of capital out of trillions of dollars of market cap in the Mag 7 names, it's going to find a home somewhere else, and as long as the overall flows into the equity market remain supportive, which they largely do because of 401k inflows and the like. The S&P kind of grinds, and then we get this massive dispersion out of the hyperscalers into other areas, memory, small caps, Dow, whatever it is. And so that dynamic has played, a significant role over the course of the last, 2 to 3 weeks here for sure.
Yeah, the S&P just feels the ebbs and flows of everything that's happening in all the indexes. I know it doesn't have any ties really to the Russell, but when you have these ebbs and flows like this, I think it's why day traders really are morphing. Obviously, they're mostly in NQ. We know that, NQ and MNQ. But the Russell, I think, is a great day trading product because when it's trending really well. And when it gets choppy, it's pretty obvious and you step out of it. The S&P has just been really choppy lately, Jimmy. It's really come down to, I think the NASDAQ and the RTY more for the day traders, or the S&P, which used to be the big boy where I spent most of my career, pretty much all of it, in there. The Russell and the NASDAQ are just having this battle back and forth these days.
Yeah, it's funny. We have a decent green candle today, but we're still kind of trading between this the anchored V way up from when the war started to the first upper standard deviation band. But we'll always get close to PAX's quarterly pivot. I think it's 75.08. We just can't seem to get some closure above that right now, and we have a midpoint at 74.95 still. That's a pretty important line in the sand for me. So as long as we're kind of below those levels, I'm probably looking for places to get short here. Could we pop up again? Yeah. There's been no major really retracement back down from the highs that we made. We hit that 23% right now, but not that big of a deal. So right now it's kind of, this has sideways market written all over it, maybe with a little bit of downward bias.
Two things for me. Anytime I see big rotations heading into summer or in the middle of summer in the indexes, and you just expect the S&P to be choppy, right? And the ones that are in play for the day, the ones that are trending for the day, those are the ones you just want to try and hop on and go with them. NASDAQ has been bullish overnight into today. We'll see if that continues throughout the morning. When Russell has its day, that's the one you want to be in. The S&P just expected to be choppy again, even though it has no ties to the Russell 2000. It still does feel it, and you get a very choppy tape. Even with us being, we're in negative gamma for S&P too.
Yeah,
and you wouldn't look at this tape and say negative gamma.
Right, that's right. I mean, it's the S&P, the flows of the S&P are so balanced, and they're so almost divorced in times from fundamentals, right? We have the zero data expiry every day. We have the leverage ETF rebalance flows. We have all the structured products flows that Jem Carson talks about. And so we have these big strikes that come from these, the JPMs of the world and other covered call players. And so it's almost like that market remains pinned to some degree. And then the dispersion under the hood happens every day based on some idiosyncratic single stock story in a particular sector that drives what happens. So one day its memory goes up, something else has to balance that. If another day Google goes up, other things have to balance it. Or an industrial company, Caterpillar. So that dynamic keeps happening. That's why dispersion remains very wide. Implied correlations in the market are very low. And so until we can break that inflow dynamic into stocks as an asset class, I think we're going to continue to be in this environment. And so you're right. Every day that goes by, we get this story, and then it's exacerbated by the leverage ETF flows. So, today with the NASDAQ up, we're going to have those leverage ETF rebalance flows supporting, NASDAQ names and semi names kind of throughout the day. Makes it harder to see intraday reversals unless we get kind of material tweets or data that comes out that's really unexpected.
Yep. I always talk about how a market environment being conducive to your strategy is really one of the keys to success in trading. If you know what type of market environment you like for your strategy, that's going to help you tremendously. If you like a mean reversion type market and you have a mean reversion strategy, then maybe you're looking at S&P. If you like a market that's trending and you're trying to hop on with momentum, then you're going to probably like NASDAQ or Russell. I mean, that's just, you have to really understand it, traders. When you get these divergences and you don't have a clean tape, it's what's expected. I think this tape is very transparent. I also think that it's a bull market and you have volatility still pretty high. You don't see that often. I mean, all the bull markets all of us have been around and seen and traded. This is a pretty volatile bull market on the highs. And so, again, I think that if you could step back, traders, recognize environment for each and every day, it changes quite often, quite frequently, and slow things down, I think you're going to have a lot of success. A minute left, Shai. We haven't talked about oil, but it's really come strongly out of favor. I mean, we talk about a lot of news and stuff back and forth where maybe it should come back into favor. I look at it technically and I go, not so great.
No, technically it does not look that good. Again, I'm still going to say I don't think the upside is over by any stretch of the imagination. We did fill that gap below at 68.84. So we do have gaps now above. Not that they always have to fill a gap, but just be aware when one fills, that's always good to know. That's kind of marked the bottom for at least today. And, I don't think the story is quite over yet. I think the market's getting a little ahead of itself because, again, we still don't have flows out of the Strait of Hormuz, and we're not seeing a dent in demand. And what's really interesting really quickly is that we are seeing, we counted on China scaled back over 5 million barrels a day and dug into their SPR, and that helped soften the blow. But now we're seeing them start to buy LNG again to levels higher than they were last year. So now we'll see, now that oil's come down, we know they love cheap oil. Are they going to start to buy again? And that's going to take up a lot of that slack as well.
Yeah, and we will see what that does to the tape when oil comes back in favor, which it isn't right now. Quick thing, because I know it's that time we have to get into the Edge Report. First off, chat again. Glad to be back with all of you. One thing I will say is I've been gone the last couple of weeks, was in Europe. London was absolutely fantastic. I was in Chicago last week. Got to see a bunch of traders as well there. One thing that I've been doing while I've been gone, staying up with the newsletter. Check that link out in the chat. Follow along with the newsletter. You will not be disappointed. Well, maybe you will. Maybe what mine know, but not what everybody else's know. But you have to tune in and sign up to read it. And again, Cooper, shout out to you, you smart ass. Telling me special guest Anthony Crudele. Hey, production, put a note. Cooper never wins swag again. And everybody, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, we're going to try to cover a lot of ground quickly here. E-mini S&P, we've been talking about this morning a little bit. Right now, we do got a bid. We're at 74.65-ish. Nice green candle here, but the trend has been down lately, right? We saw this peak high up here back in the middle of June. We sold off since then, and we're trying to fight back a little bit, but we're in that standard deviation band right now, and it's looking a little sideways, to be honest with you. I still have my midpoint just south of that 7,500 level. I think that's a big number, combined with the PAX line. Again, as long as we're below that, I'm going to be a little bit less optimistic. From a big picture retracement point of view, we did have kind of this peak low that we saw. Didn't even get to the it didn't even get to the VWAP. Didn't even get to the 38.1. Right now, we're north of that 23.6. So, RSI sideways here. I feel like we are in for some sideways action here. Let me just adjust this chart really quickly here. I was working on it over the weekend. Here's a 2-day picture of the E-mini S&P. Of course, Sunday night's open was interesting. Right now, we have a nice steady kind of grind up so far on the session. Volume profile is kind of immature. We do have some really good targets, though. We have that 0 DTE call resistance right at 74.75. That's going to be a big deal. We'll see if that holds or not, or just acts like a magnet. I don't know. 1-day max is just a little bit above that. If we do get a bid and break out here, we have a blind spot at 74.95, and then we have that R2 just north of that 75 level that we just talked about, 75.06, and above that there's a lot of empty space. If we turn around to the downside, though, we do have JAX1 situated at 74.50, really nicely aligned with the point of control, although, again, it's not a very good volume profile just yet. It's very immature, and R1 is right there as well. We do have a high vol level at 74.30, 0 DTE high vol level at 74.25, and then the pivot, and then the 0 DT put support at 7,400. That's kind of where we started everything off early last night. So again, we'll see if we can penetrate above the 0 DTE call resistance. That's going to be key to see if we could keep on moving forward here. Let's pivot over to gold, because that also is a little bit, this market's hurting a little bit like the Bitcoin. Let's take a peek here on a daily candle chart. We have some milestones here. 39.83. We wicked through it a couple times. Again, another PAX line right below that October swing low at 3,900. A little bit more than that, give or take, but close enough. We have a second standard deviation band on my VWAP here, and we're still below it here. That's going to be my guide. We're still below it. I'm bearish right now. We haven't had really a candle close above it. I mean, you can, if you want to count Friday's candle, you can, but still, it's not a good one. Again, this is looking pretty negative. And then RSI is kind of sideways down around 30. Intraday, volume profile, again, still immature. We'll see what happens in a little bit. We had that 1-day min that's kind of in focus on the downside here. Yeah, you could call it support. We didn't get to it yet, 40.33. And then we have that S1 as well at 40.30 half. Below that, put support 4,000 psychological number right by previous session's lows. We wicked through that on Friday a little bit, but we couldn't get any more traction to the downside. So that's a good thing. If this thing turns around a little bit to the upside, we do that 0DT put support at 4,100, kind of framing the top of the conversation so far. If you include that very first candle we had overnight. And then real quickly here, because somebody asked in the crowd, let's go to the Bitcoin here. Bitcoin's at 60,000. This is not a great looking chart. The Bitcoin has, yeah, you could say, oh, it's a bullish engulfing candle. Well, we're a long way from getting ready to get on that bullish bandwagon here. We're below that standard deviation band right now, and we'll see what happens today. But intraday, there's a couple targets here. Keep in mind, 0DT put support. That's about at 750. I'm sorry, and then we have a bunch of targets clustered above there, including that R1, which we wicked through earlier. Just now, this candle right now. On the downside here, VWAP is key right now. We're above VWAP, and then ultimately at the end of the day, JAX1 is at 5,900. So we'll see. My guess is we're going to be a little bit sideways today, but anything could happen. That's this morning's Edge Report. Back to the panel.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy. Shy, we just had some news on macro strategy. Is it MicroStrategy or macro strategy? I get confused. MicroStrategy. Okay, yeah, great. It shows how much I pay attention to that. And Bitcoin rallied like 700 points on it.
Yeah, so we got strategy announces $1 billion common stock repurchase program, which is something different than they've been doing. They've only just been buying Bitcoin. So that is up. That is up 4.4% after they announced that. Bitcoin also followed because they're, abandoning all we're doing is buying Bitcoin strategy.
I know they're going
to save it.
They might start selling, buy it. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny. Well, let's talk about our guest and get him going in there.
So we have Brent Johnson, Santiago Capital. I'm sure everybody knows him for the dollar milkshake theory. He's been on the show before, but great person to have in today for sure at that quarter end.
Oh, yeah, I know. He's one of my favorites by far. I love having him on the show. Let's take a quick look at who else will be on here this Monday morning at the end of June. Of course, we've got Brent Johnson coming up, and then we've got Take Talk with Vincent Desiano. We've got Trade the Open with Tanja and Salma. So great to have Tanja back. Midday Markets, we've got Leo and Stowe. And then we've got Trade the Close with Jack, Joey, and Nick. All right, let's bring Brent in. Brent,
hey guys,
morning.
how are you? Good morning.
Good, how you doing?
Thanks for having me. I can't complain.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll see if we can get you to complain about something here. Let's make this a little bit more. Let's make this so interesting here this morning on Monday. So, Here we are. Maybe we talk about this Bitcoin news to start. MicroStrategy changing their strategy. Do they get to change their symbol? I don't know, Brent. We'll see what happens here. And Bitcoin rallies 700 points on this news.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be honest, I tune into Sailor more for the entertainment value than for the financial value.
Same.
So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, me too. I thought it was MicroStrategy. That's how much I follow it with it. Let's talk about markets right now. Let me lay the landscape out there of like just generally what I see happening right now, what everyone sees happening, and then we'll see what your take is on it. You've got stock indexes. You've got some rotation. You got NASDAQ coming off one of the worst weeks they've had in about a year. Russell 2000 steadily going higher even after Russell reconstitution. So Russell's in favor. Some rotation back into the Dow. S&P feeling the chop. Everyone's talking about the dollar index and how it's getting stronger. And you would think in this environment, well, we know it's going to hurt gold. We know it's been hurting Bitcoin. Really, Bitcoin's been struggling in general. And we know it's been hurting oil, but stock indexes still, even with this rotation and dollar strength, still pretty big.
Yeah, the funny thing is, for all of the constant talk of corrections and crashes and the bearishness, I mean, stocks are 3% off their all-time high, and the Russell's near its all-time high. So we've had multiple opportunities for this big pullback and just haven't had it. Now I'm of the belief, I don't try to make too many predictions. I just try to be prepared for everything. And I think, and I've said this since the outbreak of the hostilities in Iran, that, I thought that we would, not see the real effects of that until Q4 of this year or Q1 of next year. And I'm still of that belief. And I'm not predicting some imminent crash here, but I do think we're going to have volatility in the back half of the year as we get towards the election, as we get towards, the planting season starts to come in and we start to see the crop yields. We start to go into the winter where it starts to get a little colder and people have to start heating their homes again. And I think that's when we're going to see the effects of what's gone on for the last few months.
Absolutely agree 100% with that. And I think oil is higher for longer, but even though it's back down to 69 or so. But I want to let's talk about Warsh really quickly. We had his first meeting. He came out of the gate much more hawkish than people had anticipated. Everybody thought he was going to be the president's sock puppet, quote unquote. But is he serious? What are your thoughts? Is he, and for him to say 2% inflation is a target we need to get there. There's no reason we can't get there. So is he, was this just for show and now he can back off, or do you think he's really going to be that hawkish?
I think he's going to be more hawkish than people expect, but I don't expect him to be this uber hawk. And part of the reason is I think that, the decision to pick Warsh was largely made by Bessent. Right. And I think Trump went along with it, even though he didn't love the idea, because he's kind of, so for lack of a better way of saying it, trusting the process. Right. And I think as long as Warsh and Bessent can keep markets elevated and keep the U.S. Being the place that the rest of the world parks capital, I think Trump will begrudgingly go along. Now, if markets start to fall off precipitously, I would fully expect Trump to be on Twitter saying cut rates, cut rates, cut rates. But the other thing I would say is I think we're in this new environment where the Fed may have autonomy, but they are not independent. And if Bessent and Warsh kind of coordinate on what they're doing, then I think it's workable. But if Warsh tries to buckle against or go against what Bessent and Trump want, I would expect the Fed to lose that battle. But again, I think they're going to work together. For much of the last 6, 7, 8 years, the Fed and the Treasury were oftentimes at odds and not so much working together. I think they're going to work much more together going forward. And I think this, if you listen to what Bessent has said, and if you listen to what Warsh has said, in many ways, this may be a more active Fed than it has been previously, but just in different ways than they have been previously. From an America first perspective, which I think is what both Bessent and Warsh are trying to impart, I think going forward, I don't think liquidity is going to be given to the rest of the world to the same extent and as freely as it has in the past. Now, that doesn't mean they won't set up a special facility for domestic firms, or it doesn't mean they won't channel liquidity or certain, operations for a domestic industry or something that's related to national security. But I don't think the rest of the world's just automatically going to get a swap line the way that they have previously. I don't know that the United States is necessarily going to bail out the euro dollar market the way it has in the past. And so I think we're going to see a much more offensive Fed as opposed to just a defensive Fed as we have seen in the past.
So does that mean the dollar goes higher if they are not extending liquidity for the rest of the world?
Well, so I think it will go higher for shorter periods of time. And what I mean by that is I think that Warsh and Bessent know how to weaponize the dollar if and when they need to do so. And they can use that to put pressure on the rest of the world. But they don't want a rapidly appreciating dollar, and they don't want a dollar that gets away from them to the upside, because that doesn't really help anybody, right? I actually just wrote a long paper on this that kind of explains these dynamics and explains the way the Fed and the Treasury can use the dollar as a weapon against the rest of the world. But I also put a chapter in there where I talk about them, thinking that they can control everything, but it could eventually get away from them to the upside. There's not a lot to worry about for the dollar going lower. The dollar going lower tends to help everybody, right? It provides liquidity. Markets are supported. There's not a lot of downside for the dollar falling from an investment and an asset market perspective. It's when the dollar starts going higher that things tend to go bad. And so, but it goes bad for the rest of the world first. And I think if any questions about this, just look at 2022. Or just look at the last year. Besant has used the dollar in Argentina. He's used the dollar in Iran. And he's openly talked about using it, more going forward as a tool of United States statecraft. And I think you have to take them at their word for that.
And then a question about what are your thoughts on, well, let's talk about gold and silver. Obviously, they've fallen out of favor. That sort of the de-dollarization, if you were a proponent of that, kind of hasn't really worked out. We've seen Bitcoin down, gold down, silver down. What are your thoughts? I mean, I think, I know long term you're still bullish that market, but, kind of where are we right now, and how do you expect things to pan out on those?
Yeah. So what I think is pretty interesting is at the end of last year, early this year, the whole debasement trade was the talk of the town, and it's all anybody could talk about. And it was very clear that the central banks were going to have to inflate away fiat currency, and so all you had to do is go buy hard assets and sit back and ride the wave. And we said at the time, and then we just, said it again on our show this weekend, it's just not that easy. And this is exactly the reason why I talk about the dollar as much as I do. It's not that the debasement trade isn't true. And it's not that over a 5, 10, 15, 20-year period, fiat currency doesn't lose value. Of course it does. That's what it's designed to do. But along the way, these commodity markets can have 30, 40, 50% drawdowns along the way. And that's partly what we're seeing now with gold and silver, and copper pulled back even to a certain extent. Oil's pulled back. And the dollar dynamics explain why you have those pullbacks along the way. And so for people who don't just want to sit there and suffer through a 30, 40, 50% drawback, I think a lot of my work kind of helps explain why those drawbacks happen. Now, as far as gold and silver, I'm very bullish gold long term. I've said for years that a strong dollar on a relative basis, there's nothing more bullish for gold than when the dollar gets strong on a relative basis, because a strong dollar crushes the global monetary system and causes all kinds of crises. And the response to that crisis will eventually be the gold going higher. And now silver is a little different. Silver, I think, is much more speculative. And listen, there's a lot of people who made epic calls for silver to go higher over the last 2 years. And I give them credit for that. The problem is none of them, or at least very few of them said to sell when it got to 120. And when it pulled back to 90, they said to buy more. And when it pulled back to 80, they said to buy more. And when it pulled back to 70, they said to buy more. And then now when it's pulled back below 60, they're saying to buy more. And I mean, there's been more bottoms in this silver pullback than a strip club. I mean, it's just people just can't handle that it's pulled back as much as it is.
I want to move it over to the stock market here. What breaks this market? I mean, we had somebody on last week, I can't remember who exactly it was, says AI is the biggest bubble they've ever seen. I disagree, but I'm just curious, with everything you're talking about here, where does the stock market sit in this story?
So I continue to believe the stock market is going to go a lot higher over the next several years, but I think it is going to be extremely. So if you look at the stock, I think the last 5 years is actually a pretty good analog for what's going to happen in the 5 years in front of us. I think stocks are going to go a lot higher, but I think there's going to be several severe drawdowns along the way, because I think we're just in a much more volatile environment going forward than we have been for the last several years. And part of the reason is the world is no longer cooperating. From, let's just call it 1995 to 2008 or even 2015, we had some crises along the way, but the world was largely cooperating. It was globalizing. They were moving towards one supply chain. They were still negotiating treaties on a multilateral basis. Everything changed post-COVID. Now the world is no longer cooperating. The world is very much at each other's throat, so to speak. Everybody's trying to figure out how to get independent of the other one, both financially, economically, militarily, all of these things. And I just don't think that as a result, if we get into another crisis, I don't think the world is going to cooperate the same way it has in the past. And so I expect the downside drawdowns to be just as severe as they have been. I think it's going to be harder for them to rally out of that, but I think they will. But a lot of this has to do, again, with the dynamics of the dollar system. The whole world is structurally short the U.S. dollar, and the U.S. is no longer willing to supply those dollars to the same to the same extent they have in the past. Or at least they won't do it without severe strings attached. And so my belief is what causes the market to break, if and when it breaks, is more geopolitical related and more, macroeconomic related than necessarily fundamentals or anything internal with a specific company. As it relates to AI, I believe that AI is transformative. I think it is going to change everything in ways that we just quite honestly can't even quite comprehend right now. But that doesn't mean that valuations are appropriate in the short term. And so we could easily see another event like we saw with the dot-com boom where valuations come back a lot. A handful of the companies, are the ones that survive, and many of the smaller ones, go away. But I actually think that AI is now part of the macroeconomic and geopolitical chessboard. Because I think largely whoever wins the AI race will have a leg up in the geopolitical race. And so I expect these markets to be supported to a certain extent by governments around the world.
I agree. When you look at AI, you're going to have some single names that are going to get torched at some point. Many of them have. The rotations have been crazy. Final question for you. We only have a minute and 20 seconds left, so I want to get to it. In all your years following bull markets, do you remember a bull market that has been as volatile on the highs as this one?
No, 99 would be pretty close, but I have not. I have not seen anything like this. It's pretty incredible to watch it, quite honestly, and the willingness of everybody to buy the dip whenever it comes has been kind of impressive to watch. Now, whether that is structural due to the passive bid or whether that's people actively going in there and buying the dip, I'm not smart enough to know that. But I do think passive has changed things a lot. And until companies start breaking down and layoffs start to happen in a big way, as long as employment holds up and those 401k contributions keep hitting the market, this passive bid, I think, will support it. The problem is if and when that employment goes away and that passive bid disappears, you can have the same dynamic to the downside that that has led to this upside. And that's another reason why I think we're going to have more volatility in the years ahead. The same mechanics that can shoot the stocks upwards in an exponential fashion can bring them down in an exponential fashion. And I don't know how to time these, right? I wish I did. But I always have some kind of protection, whether it's some kind of equity hedges, whether it's some cash on the sideline. I'm never fully long. I'm always long, but I'm never fully long. And I always have some downside protection just because I think these pullbacks are going to be part of the game going forward.
Jobs. Yep. Going to impact rates, going to impact stock prices. Brent, we have to end it there. Quick question before I let you go. That paper you talked about, is that open for everyone to be able to read? Could we drop a link in that maybe in our newsletter or somewhere for to see it, or is that behind some?
Yeah, if you go to research.santiagocapital.com, the paper is called The Band. It's normally a pro level report, which is our highest subscription level, but we've made this available to premium subscribers as well. So if you sign up now, you actually can get that report as well.
All right, we'll put a link of that in our newsletter. Brent, follow your work. Thank you so much for being here with us today on NinjaTrader Live.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me, guys. Good luck. Have a great 4th.
You as well.
You too.
It's the 250 this year. I got my red, white, and blue ready. Do you, Shai?
Just red, white, and blue ready? Yes.
I might. I'm going to wear it every day.
So, okay.
This week.
You got the blue on
I
today.
got blue on today.
White,
I don't have the red on just yet, but
I know.
Final thoughts before we get to Desiano.
It's still, last 2 days of the quarter, month, half year, flows still better. So, even though we were up overnight, we still might get some volatile trade intraday. So just keep that in mind, particularly in a negative gamma environment, because moves to the upside or downside will be emphasized.
It's the weirdest negative gamma tape that I can remember in S&P. It feels so positive gamma. If you just look at it, we just go bid and then it just sits there. It doesn't have that chase feel like negative gamma does, but we'll wait and see what happens when the ball rings. Shai, thank you so much. We'll see you in chat.
Thank you.
All right. Let's bring in Desiano. What's up, buddy?
How are you? How's it going? Happy Monday.
I'm doing Happy Monday to you as well. Great to have you here with us on this Monday morning. I know the chat gets juice when you come in, man. So do I. I'm looking forward to seeing what you have in store. It's funny, coming off that conversation with Brent, talking about where we are within this AI trade, right? I mean, you look at the single names, the single stock names, which we're getting single stock futures soon, and I know we're going to talk a lot about that with you. To me, that's where you're just you're just seeing massive amount of volatility in a bull market. Before we get into the charts for today, you've been doing this for a while too, Vince. Do you remember a bull market that has had this much volatility on the highs like we're seeing in this market?
You know, Anthony, I haven't done it as long as maybe you think. It's been 10 years, so I can only think back to that long, right, since my college days. I think the COVID move, the upside to the move there was something I could relate to on the move that we've recently seen. But yeah, I mean, not too much historical information for me when it comes to that. I couldn't give you a specific date when it comes to thinking back to a market that's volatile like this. For me right now, if I was to put like a short-term look on this feels like October of last year, which was sort of like a choppy high at the all-time highs, I believe. And also May of last year was very choppy. And so it feels like right now we're in that move post-expansion. We've had a big expansion move on the market due to the AI names. And then now it's sort of like a digestion period, which can be a really hard period to trade in the market short-term because a lot of people came off of, pretty easy money, just continuation through all-time highs every day, new highs, new highs, new highs. And now we're in this sort of sideways channel that we've seen for a few weeks, pretty much all of June. And it's really important, at least for me as a short-term trader, to be able to adjust to no longer looking for that continuation because you can sort of get stuck looking for it and expect it and anticipate it. And that's been, I think, the most dangerous thing for my trading lately. Last week was a little bit tough for me as a trader. I was anticipating a little bit of continuation. Just wasn't, we weren't getting it. We were getting sideways chop. And so I think that's something that I've been, alluding to lately in the current condition is careful looking for continuation. We're not getting that follow through. And it's hard to adjust to that when it's like a hangover period, right? When you're like, wow, markets were so great, so aggressive to the upside. We were getting great intraday continuation moves, really nice ranges on the NASDAQ. And now we're just sort of stuck within this tight range. So that's something that I've been, really paying attention to lately, or trying to stop myself from anticipating, which is a very dangerous word when we're trading.
And, Vince, this just shows the growth that you've had in the time that you've been doing this, is that you're understanding market environments from different periods so you can adjust your execution during these time periods. Yep. I mean, that to me, when we talked about this morning, it's funny that this is what's coming up again today with you for the second or maybe third time even this morning, is that we don't talk about how market environments, how conducive they can be to your strategy and how much of a key that is to trader success, because people do something that works and then they think it's going to continue to work, and then it doesn't, the market changes, and we keep getting in and out of these changing market environments. And if you're not adjusting to what they are, in this tape, it'll chew you up. So again, all right.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the charts, and let's see what you're looking at coming into today.
So the FOMC low has been the problem all last week. So if anyone has been focusing on the levels on this market, the FOMC low, the low of that candle from last week on Wednesday or 2 weeks ago, has been the problem for the bulls. Every single time we've traded into it, we've rejected it. So here on the NASDAQ futures, here's your low from FOMC. And I'm not sure why, but TradingView and Thinkorswim sometimes have slight discrepancies because of contract changes on the futures. So bear with me if you see some discrepancies on your chart. But overall, it's this FOMC low around 29,927. Every single time, failure there last week. If we go to the SPY, the lows of that FOMC are right around 740. Every single time last week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, failure, right? On the QQQ, exact same thing. Here's your FOMC low right around 720 on the Qs. Every time we went into it, failed it. As well as on the S&P. S&P, roughly the 7,500, 7,490 to 7,512 is what I have marked. Every move into it last week, failure. So that has been a big problem, right? Looking for that upside continuation, as I mentioned, trying to get it through this FOMC low. Bulls were not rewarded last week at all. And if you chased into that level, you got smacked every single time. So this is something that I'm very careful of this week. Short week, holiday week. Do I expect there to be a breakout of this high? As of right now, I can't anticipate that, right? You have a gap up this morning. What a perfect storm it would be to gap up this morning into this high again and reject once again to sort of kill the vibe and go right back into this channel. So that's something that's been really in focus for me. Careful of anticipating that FOMC low breaking. If we do reclaim that low, if we can turn that Wednesday low back into a support level, then I think you are very much looking for an upside expansion move. So that's really the golden move for me, is can we get back above that FOMC low on the S&P? Because clearly last week we could not get above it. Now, one thing I want to mention, even though we continue to reject that high or that previous low on FOMC, which was around 29,920 on the NASDAQ, the bears are not strong enough to break us down. And that's why we've just been so stuck in this push and pull. Now, the reason why we've been getting this sideways chop, this push and pull on the market, one side pulling, one side pushing, is because, like what you guys have been talking about, the intense rotation that we saw last week. There was an incredible rotation last week out of semiconductors, out of memory names, and into names like software on Friday and the XLV. The XLV, which is our healthcare sector, it looks like the market is on an absolute bull run right now. This is the craziest rotation I've seen in quite some time. Look at this weekly candle on healthcare last week. Straight up, this is a massive move for the XLV sector. $10 a share on the XLV, an ETF that tracks the healthcare sector. If we go to UNH last week had a monstrous move to the upside, pretty much 2 days in a row, Thursday, Friday, huge upside moves. And then Eli Lilly breaking above all-time highs last week. Look at this daily chart on Eli Lilly. Some honorable mentions would be AbbVie, another major healthcare name. Look at this breakout on AbbVie, and another one, J&J, another massive. And if you look at this chart, you think that the market's going straight up right now. So it's just an intense rotation out of some semiconductors into some healthcare names. And also last week, we got a little bit of a move on software again. So software, I've talked about it on this stream before. IGV is the software sector, one of the most sold off sectors of the year. We saw some spark back. Microsoft got a really strong spark off a major weekly area. So we look at this weekly on Microsoft, we could see this massive 350 to 345 zone, big spark off that low. CrowdStrike looks like a strong move, and Palantir, which is a big retail favorite, finally getting a bid last week on Friday. So really interesting to see that. Most of that money was flowing out of the semiconductors, as you can see here, after the MU earnings that we got on Wednesday of last week. So I'm not, concerned that the market is failing. I really am quite bullish still on this NASDAQ going higher, but we have to be really focused on what is driving the move higher, what is driving the move lower, right? And being, as a trader, focused in on where the money is flowing. So for me, software this week, healthcare this week, going to be watching it very closely. And then also we'll be interested to see if semiconductors do bid up again. And if they do, that's how you get this NASDAQ to move higher. You need the semiconductors to find strength again. You need DRAM, which is the memory names, to find this long off this 70 to 69 area. That's MU, that's SNDK, that's WDC, that's STX. These are all memory names that have been high flyers that have taken a little bit of a break after a massive move. And that all started to occur after the MU earnings, which makes sense, right? What a great time to take some profits on MU post earnings. And we got a little bit of a pullback since that point. So right now, rotation is in mind heavily. We'll watch that healthcare sector, we'll watch software, and we'll see if semis can find their way back. And that would be, I think, what gets us outside of this tight channel that we've been stuck in this week, Anthony. That's sort of what I'm paying attention to.
That's a great representation of what's happening behind the scenes. We get so focused on indexes. That's why I love having you here to see what's happening in other parts of the market. Healthcare, huge part of
Massive.
the overall marketplace. You're starting to see AI really take hold into healthcare. I mean, assuming that's why it's rallying. It's why everything's rallying. You got AI in it. And AI, because the Russell 2000 also is very sector-based, you have a lot of healthcare companies within the Russell, which weights that. And there you go. And that's why you see the indexes rotating the way they are.
Yeah, Russell's been very strong. Dow looks just fine. I see no concerns with the Dow. So it's not like a broad market sell-off. You're seeing some, rotation that's maybe dragging the NASDAQ a little bit lower. If everything sort of right sizes and normalizes, if semis do find another leg, then I think you're right back to those highs personally. I think it's going to take time. I think it's going to be difficult, right? Because an intraday trader is going to have to deal with a lot of this back and forth and a lot of push and pull. So not like an easy just long and we're back to all-time highs. That's not the the recommendation there. But I think if you give this enough time and you pay attention to where the money's going, that's really my read right now. One thing that I want to just throw out to the group and throw out to the viewers is Caterpillar, and just a little a thought to put into your mind. I actually think Caterpillar is quite possibly the best AI trade there is. And I know it seems weird, but who is building the data centers? How much Caterpillar equipment will be used for those data center buildings, or building the data centers? And I think that's been really the bull case for Caterpillar. It's an AI trade that I think a lot of people aren't really thinking of as an AI trade, and I think looking at the chart sort of proves that thesis. And this is a name that I'm looking for pullbacks on to try to get long again. So that's a interesting name lately that I would be paying attention to.
Yeah, it's a name I wish I owned. I don't own it.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe it's in my long-term stuff I don't even know about. Who knows? But
I'm sure you're exposed to it some way or another.
Probably, yeah. But so that's the final thought on Cat. But before we get to Tanja and Salma next, any final thoughts today? Because we're out of time for the indexes. What's the thought process going into the open?
Thought process for me is do not anticipate things to change from last week. That's one of the most dangerous things on a Monday. You saw chop all last week. Why do you expect different today? Because it's Monday. It's because we're all, hyped up, ready to trade. We're aggressive. We're greedy. That's what we are as humans. I would not expect anything to be different. At least approach the market with that mindset. Don't try to long into these highs because it's Monday and you think we're going to break out. Careful of the highs. You're on a gap up. Gap ups love to get filled in choppy markets. I would expect possibly a gap fill to happen before a long would occur. It's a short week. We have the markets closed Friday. A lot of the boys in New York City are out, probably in the Hamptons, wherever they may be. So I'm expecting a little bit of a slower, choppy week inside this range. And if I get a pleasant surprise and we break above these highs, then fantastic. But I'm going to approach with the mindset of expecting more of the same. That's going to be my recommendation heading into the open.
We got to end it there. My boy, Vincent Desiano, go follow him on X. Check out what he's doing with his YouTube channel, his Discord. He's my guy, man. Desi, thank you so much for being here with us on this Monday morning. All right, my friend.
Have a great week.
See you soon. You too. All right, everybody, quick recap of the morning. Couple things to point out, and then we will get to the OGs of Tanja and Salma. I think we have a graphic for it this week. It's a shortened week, but it's a big week. We have the one and only Larry Williams. He will be with us this week, and he's going to be with us each and every quarter going forward on July 1st, 1 p.m. Eastern. Mark your calendars. Do what you got to do. Clear your schedule. I don't want to hear about it. It's 1 p.m. Eastern on 7/1, which is July 1. Develop Your Edge featuring Larry Williams. Can't wait for that. That's going to be huge. So make sure you set your calendars for that. Larry's the best, man. Honestly, I've had a chance to hang out with him several times over the years, dinners, conversations. I mean, he's just great, man. He's great on all levels. And I said this in the post last time. Even if you feel you maybe not learned something new from Larry on markets, which would be a shocker, he teaches you how to become a better trader and a better person. So for that alone, I would tune in on July 1st for that. A couple other quick things to look at, things that I would be keeping in mind coming into today. Opening range is the low of the week right now. You opened up on Sunday, coming off of the weakest week we've had in the NASDAQ in nearly a year. opening range across the board in all the indexes, and we're going higher. So despite all the divergences and all the rotations you're seeing, you saw that on Sunday night, and the markets have worked together. Monday's notorious for trend days. We'll see if that's the case. I know that most of us think it's going to be a choppy week, but watch the opening range on the open today, 30-second opening range, or whatever opening range you want to watch. I prefer the 30-second, and see where we go from there. See if it's going to set up as an extension of the trend day of what we saw overnight with the opening range low on the weekend, and does that continue into a day like today? Or if we start chopping around opening range, I think that's going to tell you likely we have a choppy day again. And final note before we get into Tanja and Salma. Friday we're closed, but Thursday is unemployment. I didn't even know this. I came back. I've been gone for a couple of weeks. They moved unemployment to Thursday. Not something you typically, see that I've seen over my career. So just make sure you know that. So Thursday likely to be a busy morning. So again, all of that will be here on NinjaTrader Live. Hit like and subscribe because it's about that time to trade the open with Tanja and Salma.
Good morning.
Hi, girls. We're back.
Good morning. How are you?
To be back.
All things are right in the world. Here we are with two of my favorites on a Monday morning coming out of Desiano and Brent. I mean, I've been gone for a couple weeks. Tanja, I know you have. We'll start with you. How you doing today, Tanja?
We're doing good. Like it's going to be a short week, so definitely going to be more nimble this week. Go for probably smaller moves, book it, don't go for home runs.
Yeah, that's the mindset I think everyone has to have. And again, we talked a lot about market environment this morning. We talked a lot about a market you've been trading, Salma, and the Russell. And we talk about how really, I think Russell's becoming more and more of a day trader's market, which it really hasn't been. And it's great to see you showcase it. What's your mindset coming into a day like today?
Honestly, I'm looking forward to a two-way tape potentially into today and tomorrow, and then, Wednesday, Thursday, kind of end the week on a higher note. So I am prepared to play both sides, although I do think that, short week, July 4th, the right thing to do is, to be bullish. It's the patriotic thing to do. So you kind of can't fade that. It might sound a little bit like child's play, but I mean, it's just the right thing to do. I don't know. So yeah, I am bullish for the week, but I do anticipate either today, tomorrow to be some sort of like bear trap and then, end the week higher. So I am prepared to play both sides and I'm excited. I'm ready for Friday, honestly. It's Monday and I'm ready for Friday.
I know. Yeah, that's what happens when you go from June into July. It's like, you get in that summer mode. You're like, okay, I'm going to spend less time at the screens. And with that in mind, remember, everybody, let the trades come to you. You come into a Monday. I've been gone for the past couple of weeks. You probably had a nice weekend, too. Summer weather across the country. Ease your way into the week. Follow the ladies and see what they're looking at. And don't be in a rush, as Desi said as well. Now, I'm going to leave and let you guys go over the charts here in just a moment. But where we left off was, I think it was 3 weeks ago, when was the last time that we were all together. Well,
So
I'm going to
wait.
be bouncing out for today. What do you
Come
got
on,
something
hold
for me
on,
to do
wait.
here longer?
Guys, I miss both of you. It's been like 2-3 weeks without both of you.
Oh, you want to hang out for a minute? All right.
Yes,
All right,
yeah,
well,
what the
let's-
heck? Tanya, I don't
Well-
know if you ever tune in, but he stays to hang out with Kane and Leo for a little bit longer all the time.
I didn't say I
so-
was leaving now.
Oh my gosh.
She's always guilt tripping me, Shy.
You
I
sounded
got
like
Shy
you were
over
ready to
here.
bounce.
I wasn't
It's like the
bouncing
younger
just yet. I mean, it was kind of
Always
set it up.
comparing.
It was- Well, I said where we left off a few weeks ago. What did I say? I said, we're going to be able to pick somebody from the newsletter. If you signed up for a newsletter, if you're not, you better be signed up. We're going to be able to pick somebody from the newsletter. And what are we going to give away, Tanya? A hoodie. Not today. We're going
What?
to give away a hoodie next week. We're going to give away a hoodie next week. And we're going to pick them from
Okay.
the newsletter. So I want to let everyone know. It's going to be a nice hoodie, one where you could put like your hands in there like that and rest them. Big,
Okay.
pull over.
It's got a hood.
So it's got a hood. Yeah. So we're going to be doing that next Monday. Do I have both of you guys here next Monday? Are you both here?
Yeah.
For sure. We got no
Okay.
other place to
All
be.
right. So sign up for the newsletter. We're going to pick from there. So again, well, I was going to leave, and I feel guilty. I got to stay here for a little bit longer. So, all right, Tanya, let's take a look at your charts, and we'll hang out together with Selma for a little bit longer.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I definitely have the daily open / the weekly open marked out. Last week we got so close to that, like the Asia low, we didn't hit it, and then we came all the way back up. And like we've said, that we have a gap up that we're working with today. And I'm not going to really be fading that. And honestly, like last week on Friday, I was like, okay, well, you didn't hit that. I'm honestly bearish for the next week. But, Salma brings up a good point that I was thinking about as well, is that, yeah, it is the America's 250th birthday coming up. So, I mean, it'd be kind of unpatriotic for it to go lower. And we are already so much far off that daily open that, we're most likely going to be having a range trade this morning here. So I have this buy side marked out like the Thursday afternoon highs for the NASDAQ, and we could just end up coming back up into this range of the 30,000s and such. But that's like a high I'll be watching definitely is Thursday's high, whether we hit that on one of them or not, or if we come back into the range and then we fail it. And then I'll probably just go back and forth on a range trade. I don't want to be going for home runs this week. Kind of like don't want to get carried away, especially if we're not having a smooth move lower. Like whenever we have a failed low and a wick like that, yeah, it's probably going to be a range trade. So just going to stay nimble. NASDAQ is a little bit weaker than ES here today so far. Structurally, just based on Friday's afternoon. The ES is much closer to that Thursday high that I spoke about, even though NASDAQ is up 1.1%. ES is up about like 0.7, but so like ES, I could think that it maybe comes back into that area that I marked out here earlier. So it's more about being a sniper, not a machine gun. Just gotta choose the trades wisely. What do you think about that?
I like that. Yeah, and I think that the S&P, man, when I look at it lately, it has been so choppy. I mean, have you been even dipping your toe in S&P lately, or has it mostly been NASDAQ? Because at least the NASDAQ's like rotating. I've seen the S&P just being totally choppy.
Yeah, I've been mostly in the NASDAQ, honestly, lately. Not so much the S&P. I would say like 80% of the time I'm taking a NASDAQ trade over the S&P.
Selma, let's take a look at your stuff. Is it going to be RTY today? Is it going? Oh, you got MES.
Yeah, I've been actually trading ES lately more so. Haven't been touching the Russell, although I've been watching it. I've been talking about it a lot too. What is it?
Is that why? Because you like the rotations a lot more? You like that it's kind of really more of a two-way tape, long, short type thing?
Yeah. And the fact that like I've been sized a little bit smaller during New York sesh because I'll make most of my money during Asia. So gold has been like a really great trade for me overnight. And so when I come into the next day, I kind of don't have as much pressure to like, not that there is pressure, but I don't have too much inclination to like want to trade with a lot of size. So it's been good for ES since the ranges on like the 5-minute chart have been so wide. So I've been sized a little bit lighter, stops a little bit wider, and it's been working out so far. So can't complain. Although I've been watching the Russell do its thing for the past 3 weeks where it rips off the open. It's been a very, very clean trade, but I haven't really pulled the trigger on it. I don't know why. But it's been nice to just sit back and watch it though. But what I have for today, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, so for today, MES the focus?
Yeah, MES the focus. The thing I don't really love is when we come into the week and we're gapped up and then we're kind of stuck in between. We have a gap to the downside now, and then we also still have a gap to the upside from last week that we haven't really filled yet. So that's something that I've got marked here. So right now I've got this purple level here at 74.59. I've got that as like my flip zone kind of key level area that, above it, we're bullish, below it, we're bearish. It's just been a level that we've struggled at since Thursday, basically. So I've got that marked out. And then if you guys have paid attention, there is a gap to the upside that has yet to fill. And I do have the midpoint on that marked out, and that's at 74.86, we tried to come up to it several times, and every single time that we did, we've sold off. So I still have that in mind up here. And then full gap fill for me would be 75.42. So that's also another level that I've got my eyes on. Again, it's a little bit weird when we come into the week and you're basically stuck sandwiched between a gap down and a gap up. You almost don't know, are we going to push higher and fill the gap higher, or are we going to dump and start filling the gap to the downside? So that's why I do say that, I've got my head on a swivel. I am ready to play both sides, although overall for the week, I am bullish.
Yeah. And again, I talked about opening range on the overnight session, low of the week. It just makes it so difficult to want to sell into any rallies when I see that. And that's why I said watch the opening range today and see. I mean, what I like about opening ranges being lows or highs for the week, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, is like it sets up for a trend week, possibly, if you just open up and just go. And then I watch the opening ranges right on a Monday morning to say, okay, are they confirming that or are they contradicting it? So like if you think it's going to be a gap lower, an opening range, or gap, go back down and fill the one lower, watch the opening range this morning. If it stays below that, then maybe we start heading down towards the overnight open or gap. And then if it stays above it, maybe we trend higher. And so if it chops around where we open, kind of sets the tone for what it will be. And it's tough when you got end of the month, end of the quarter tomorrow as well. But we've talked about all that. So yeah. Again, everybody, make sure you sign up for the newsletter. Tanja and Salma will be picking a winner next week from the newsletter to win a hoodie. And am I okay to go now, Salma? Or you want me to stay a little
yeah,
longer?
I guess. Sure,
Maybe I'll
you can
order a
go.
breakfast sandwich, or maybe somebody will bring me an espresso, and whatever. I spend as much time as you need here. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for you.
Listen, I don't want people in the chat saying guest speaker Anthony Deli. So I'm trying to help you out here.
No, you're right. You've always got my back.
She's definitely a younger sibling. She's definitely looking at like when like when you get like 2 ice cream bowls, you're looking over at how much your brother got in his ice cream bowl versus yours, and like, hey, he got like two milliliters more of ice cream than me, and you start arguments off of that. Youngest sibling, definitely Salma.
This is when production is supposed to play that clip. You don't know me, son. No, I'm joking. Just kidding. All right,
Salma,
go Deli.
I appreciate you always looking out for me. You always have my best interests in mind, so I appreciate that. Tanja, great to have you back. We missed you.
Yay.
Glad you're back. And everybody in chat, great morning. Thank you so much. Hit like and subscribe. Support my girls here. No better place to start your week than here on NinjaTrader Live, Monday morning with Tanja and Salma. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Ciao.
You don't know me, son.
There it is.
I thought you had to be saying that.
No, that's the clip.
No, I want you to say it. They got a clip you saying it. You said it before, so I want the new one.
Well, you just gave them an idea, Tanya. Thanks.
I'm full of ideas.
I've been.
Chat. How are you doing this morning?
Good so far. Pretty good. Can't complain.
Can't complain. Me neither. Let's think about this. Chat, what are you guys? Are you guys bullish, bearish, or neutral? I don't see the poll.
Oh, I can't click on it either. For some reason. Oh, wait. Yeah, the results not showing.
It's mostly ooh. See, so far it's 51% bullish, 23% bearish, and 27% neutral. Vote in the chat. There's a poll.
I will say though, it might not be a bad idea. I know I already do this, but for those of you listening, it might not be a bad idea to kind of just sit on hands for the first 30 minutes because ES all last week has just been choppy right off the open. We've got wide ranges. We'll either dump or push, and then the following candle will go in opposite direction, and then you're kind of sitting, getting caught in chop. So it might not be a bad idea to just let 10 a.m. come around, let price do its thing for the first 30 minutes, and then decide what it is that you want to do.
Yep. Get a vibe check.
That would be my advice. Well, that's what I'm doing. So
Same. I like to see, especially on a Monday morning,
yeah.
we get a vibe check.
And like I said before, like, I mean, I caught a little bit of Asia, so I kind of can just chill. So, yeah, I don't think I'm not gonna be no rushing for me at all this morning. Just take it easy. Take it easy. What's up, guys? What's up, chat?
Honestly, I think
Good
like rushing
morning.
on a Monday morning is like the worst day to start off the week. Unless there's like a clear thing I'm looking for, I'm like not good. Yeah, I'm not gonna be doing much the first 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's see. How's chat doing?
I think chat was upset I was coming at Delhi a little bit. It's all banter. It's all playful banter. It's funsies. Oh, did you say vibe check because of Stowe's vibe check?
No,
Or
I think I've
you don't
been
know what that
saying
is?
that, or temperature check, vibe check. We got no news today.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jolt's tomorrow. Oh, wait, is it NFP on Thursday? Yeah.
Thursday, yeah. It got
Oh,
changed.
okay. So interesting. Okay.
And then ISM Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Should be an interesting week. I could get used to this like back to back short weeks. You know, we were off for Juneteenth and now we're about to be off for July 4th. Get used to that.
It wasn't back to back though, right?
Well,
Isn't-
like it was a nice, we had one full week in between. It was just like a
Oh,
nice
yeah.
little.
I loved it when I was in school and it was like October and it was like there's so many days off during that spout of time in public school, at least in New York City. There's like a lot of those holidays. It's like Yom Kippur, then Rosh Hashanah, then you have like Columbus Day. So you have a lot of like back to back short weeks. But honestly, it makes it different for trading.
Yeah, no, I love it.
You love a short week?
No, I don't love a short week. I love a 3-day holiday, a 3-day weekend. That's what I love.
3-day weekend.
Yeah. But it's a nice little like, you know, change of pace. Little break.
Do you have any 4th of July plans?
Not yet. No, I have yet to figure out where I'm gonna go watch fireworks. What about you?
Not yet either. I don't think. I don't have anything set in stone right now.
Wait, can you see them from your apartment? Or they don't do them there?
Yeah. Yeah. But like I
Just
might
stay home. I would stay home.
Okay. You know what happened yesterday?
What?
There's this low-flying helicopter. I'm like, what the heck is that? And it starts spraying this blue smoke
What?
over the river, and I'm like, what is that? And then it just like continuously is flying low, and I'm like, what? What is this? And then I'm like, oh my God, I look down and someone's having like a gender reveal party.
Oh my God. Bro.
That's where we're at right now. People are hiring helicopters for the gender reveal parties.
I would have been low-key freaking out too. Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
What is being sprayed?
Yeah, literally, I was. But yeah, I mean, whatever happened to finding out the gender of your baby when it's born?
You're bougie. I just think people want something to party
They just want a
and
reason to
celebrate.
throw a
Yeah.
party. Yeah, that's true.
Get a little bit of gifts.
Or like get people together.
Wait. Someone in chat said you don't like short weeks, but you like 3-day weekends. It's kind of the same, right? No, not really. Short weekends, I don't like for trading. I don't necessarily love it because you got lower volume, but I love 3-day weekends because I can just chill out and have an extra day off. So it's a little love-hate relationship.
Yeah. So it is. It is. She's.
There's
She's like,
a
I don't like it for
difference.
work, but I like it for rest.
Yeah. Exactly. Now you guys are picking up what I'm putting down. All right, so what do you guys think, Tanya? I should have asked when Deli was here. Pax's birthday's coming up. Do I say happy birthday to him, yes or no? Because I said 6 months ago that I wouldn't.
Damn, she's got a memory.
Yeah, just answer the question.
What? She's got the memory of like an elephant. I don't know. I'm confused.
Yes or no,
I
chat?
would never remember something I said like that 6 months ago. It's wild.
Well, I said it for a reason. It's because he missed mine.
Oh.
So then I think when I
Nah.
like found out his birthday, I put it in my phone.
Nah, you're
As a
younger. You have to
reminder.
tell him happy birthday. It's different.
All right,
You're
chat. It's
younger, your mind
obviously
is
a joke.
sharper.
It's a joke. It's a joke. But yeah, Chad, don't forget Thursday. It's his birthday. Imagine we all just bombard his Twitter and
Oh,
he's
we're
like,
gonna be
how
on
does
live
everybody
with him.
know? Wait,
Well,
what?
I think I'm gonna be on live with him on Thursday.
Oh, wait. I'm on for Thursday.
Yeah.
Oh, we're both on.
Yeah. For his birthday.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
party.
Yeah. All right. We'll sing him happy birthday. Katie,
Mm.
happy birthday, Katie.
Salma
birthday
will
today.
actually be singing. She said that she'd never sing on the stream.
I'll sing happy birthday. Sure, why not?
Yeah.
I knew I was trading Thursday, but I didn't know who with. So that's a nice surprise. Nice. Dividend cake, what do you mean playbacks? I'm guessing. Actually, just tell me what you mean. I won't guess. Yeah, McDog, it's a joke. I would never not say happy birthday. Heather says, be the bigger person, then you can hold it over his head. That's funny. Dividend cake, I do, but for the most part, I spend so much time at my desk during the week that I like to be a little bit, take some time to myself and do less screen time.
That's a good idea.
But like, I still have to do stuff for my group. I have stuff that I need to post and things that I need to get ready for the week. So I definitely do clock in a little bit of time, but it's not like being here all morning and all afternoon. Do you do shares or just options? Both, GL.
Oh, happy birthday, Katie Trades 2001. Yeah.
Oh, 2001. Hey, me too. Katie just turned 25.
Oh, wow.
Happy birthday!
Mm-mm-mm.
Uh, 2 minutes till open.
Yep.
2 minutes. Austin, no, that's a little pushing it. And his message disappeared.
No, she said Salma will go a cappella.
No, that's old. That's old news. That's old messages. He said, "Would you guys wear?" I don't even know actually what he said. What did you say?
I don't know. That's the
Something
reason why it
about-
disappeared.
Yeah, it's gone. Bye, Austin's message. Yeah, there you go. I would not be doing that.
Birthday cake costume. I don't really know what that is. No, I've never seen one of those. I don't even think I have a party hat or anything.
I don't either. Damon, that's funny, Damon. All right, this level here, 74.59, very important for me. Would like to see this support resistance turned into support. If it doesn't, then I will be looking for shorts.
All right, here's the open finally. Yeah, quite the gap up there.
Yeah. I don't wait for like the first 15 minutes to mark out anything about this gap.
Yeah. Yeah, 290-point gap up on the Nasdaq from where we closed on Friday.
I was surprised to see ES lagging a little bit behind NQ overnight.
Yeah, was that your trade overnight?
Yeah, I was in ES and I was in GC as well, and they were both just playing games, not doing what I wanted to see them do, and so I just kind of took my money and ran. I went to sleep. So I did the smart thing. I wasn't up all night. Slept so early.
That's good. What time did you go to bed?
I don't know, 10:45, 10:30, something like that. Just fell asleep.
Yeah, since I came back from Europe, I'm like going to bed earlier because of the just naturally the jet lag. And then I'm like, you know what? I actually do like
Sleeping early.
sleeping early, waking up early.
Yeah, it feels good. I don't know. At night, sometimes I get FOMO. I don't know if anyone can relate, but like nighttime is like my only me time. During the day, I'm like, go, go, go. So
It was like that too, but now
sometimes,
that I'm waking up earlier, it's like the morning is my me time. So it's better. It's better in the morning because at nighttime I'm just like thinking about all the things I have to do.
yeah, but even in the morning, like you're getting ready, you're eating breakfast, you're like, I don't know. At night is literally the only time I
Having a
can
little
actually
cup of
chill.
coffee. Okay. I think if
All
I'm
right.
eating breakfast, that's mad chill. I can eat slower.
Do you have breakfast today?
Yeah.
I
It's
did
just
not. What'd you have?
I just had like a granola bar.
Very healthy, Tanya.
Is it? I don't know.
I'm being sarcastic. Where are the eggs? Where's the protein?
I haven't gone grocery shopping since I came back. I should
Oh, that's
probably
fair.
do that.
That's fair, actually. This is a nasty 5-minute candle so far, guys.
Yeah,
Wow. It's 30
kind of
points.
impressive.
But this is how it's been. This is what I mean. So, like, you have these crazy wide ranges.
Yep. We just moved, yeah, a range of probably like 100. Oh, wow, 180 points in 3 minutes or 4 minutes.
Yeah. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Now, let's see what the next 5-minute candle does, because if it just comes right back down, this is going to be a very choppy first 30 minutes, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Friday, I don't know if you traded Friday. Friday was really, really choppy morning.
Oh yeah, Friday I took 2 L's. And then I was like, all right, that's it, I'm done.
Yeah, Friday was annoying for me too.
All right.
Straight pumping.
I feel like, yeah, that's pretty decent momentum right now for the upside. Hmm.
ES took out London highs, NQ still did not, but very close. Chart house, I use Trade Syncer. I'm not sure which one Tanya uses for copy trading.
Replicanto.
There you go. Replicanto. We got the 30-second OR high to be at the same level that I was watching, the 74.59 level. So that's interesting to see. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on that. My big line in the sand.
Okay. 74.59.
Yeah. Like you go on the 15-minute, you can kind of see how, just real quick. And we came up to it on Thursday, couldn't quite get above, and then same thing all throughout Thursday. And then Friday, same thing. We came back, tested it, and then we also tested it overnight, kind of just stalled here, and then we finally ripped above during pre-market. Just want to see if this turns into support. You know, obviously, if it does, then we'll go higher, and then if it doesn't, we'll go lower. So treating it just as like my flip zone area.
Yeah, like previous day high. That's a good idea. Yeah. I like that level.
Yes, ma'am. Let's see. Yeah, PJ, I love it too, ever since I added it to my chart. Just nice to see it visually. I don't know, Tanya,
What's your chart?
if you've ever tried looking at like Pax's 30-second OR high and low, and then like the rotations that it prints, just like auto plots it on the chart.
Oh, cool.
It's so nice to just have as like targets and seeing like, look, we came up to the first rotation on ES, and like we're kind of stalling here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just nice to be able to see like, okay, where'd a rejection potentially come from?
Right. Or like potential profit targets for you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly. Freecan says, do you guys find these copy traders reliable? I have had zero issues with
Yeah.
using copy traders. And any issue actually, like in the beginning when I first started, I had I had like one issue of my trades not copying, and it was because I didn't like set something up on my end, but it wasn't like the platform's, it was an issue from the platform itself. It was just me not knowing how to fully use the platform. But yeah,
Everyone,
once,
just gotta make sure everything's like updated.
yeah,
All
yeah.
your software's in the latest version. And that's kind of, and then like after I exit a trade, I always make sure to like right click and flatten all, cancel all, just as a habit, just in case you got overfilled on one account or something like that.
Oh,
I
that's
just always
smart.
have that habit. It's like sometimes people don't realize that they didn't put an OCO, that they put like just a regular trade, and then they got filled on their TP, but their stop loss is still there, and they have a sell stop there. Maybe like I've seen those. You always see something like that on Twitter or something like that. That horror story, like, oh no, I forgot that I had this limit or my like a different order in, and I didn't take it off. So then make sure like as soon as you get your TP hit, let's say you step away from the charts, have a notification at that level, and then make sure you go in and like click flatten all, cancel all, so you can make sure that you're out of your position fully.
Yeah, definitely a good
But
habit to get
order.
into. For sure.
Yeah, someone in chat said that happened to them.
It's like the worst way to take an L or lose an account.
Yeah, because it's not even, yeah, it's an execution error.
Yeah. Isaac, I do not have a fixed RR for every trade now. I just base my take profits, partials, stop loss on the chart itself, where I feel, the setup is gonna get invalidated or where I feel we might go. I think actually, never mind. I was gonna say, I think Chris is really the only one who highly focuses on RR.
Yeah, I don't have a fixed RR either. It's just depending on where my like swing high is, my next target. Swing low, typically.
I feel like a fixed RR can potentially like
Limit your profits.
limit, but also maybe set like some unrealistic expectations because you're not always gonna.
That too. It's not always gonna hit that. Yeah.
Yeah, the market the market isn't gonna give you something every single day the way you would want it to be, right? So, definitely
I always
just
have like my best case scenario laid out, like, and it's rarely that.
yeah,
Adapt.
yeah, 100%. We're about to get our first 15-minute candle close pretty soon here. Still, NQ has not swept that London high.
ES is kind of stronger right now. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah. It looks like it might go for it now.
I think it did sweep it for me, or like the mini did at 9:34.
You have that as what candle though? The 730 high, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the micro, still nothing.
Oh, okay.
We're like 2 points away. Looks like it wants to. I mean, we're right there. Yeah, EH, I'm always looking at the micro charts. Wow, yes. Interesting to see the Russell being the one that's lagging here. It's only up 0.27%.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah,
That is
whereas
interesting.
it's been the strongest for like the past 3 weeks.
Hmm.
And
Rotations.
we finally got that sweep on NQ, by the way. MNQ. All right, we're approaching the midpoint on ES here at 74.86 from that gap I spoke about earlier. This is an area where we've rejected from how many times? Bunch of times. Just a level I'm watching to see if there is going to be resistance, some sort of rejection. If not, then I will remove it off my chart. All right, just mark that gap that we have to the downside from overnight.
So far, the market's been pretty resilient this morning, like pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
Pullbacks, higher highs. Let's see. It's just very difficult for me to find any like long I'm comfortable with taking. Seeing that I'd probably have to have like 100+ stop.
Yeah, the
That's how it is
stops
on Monday mornings at the open, though. Yeah.
stops have been, you just got to be wide.
Hmm.
Just a waiting game right now. Chat, anyone in anything? Or are you guys also waiting with us?
There's definitely people in longs. Chat was mostly long today. Mostly bullish, 55% bullish, right? We go.
No, you
Longer
got one
phases
person in
long.
long. Waiting. Yeah, Raza. That's a good idea.
Had a nice like a retest of that London high on NASDAQ. And I think on ES as well. And we're continuing higher so far. Like, I don't see why this looks pretty good to go for 892s and 922s for NASDAQ. Just trying to find a decent like entry.
I think this is a nice rejection so far off that midpoint.
For ES. What's the midpoint again? Midpoint of
86, the midpoint of the gap that we had on from the 22nd to the 23rd last week.
okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, so all of last week we came up to the midpoint and then we just failed and couldn't get higher. So that gap is still open. Oh wow,
Yeah,
and the
we just had
Russell
a big
is
candle to the
the
downside.
Russell is dropping. Wow. It's red on the day so far.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
QCAP, thanks for pointing that out. I mean, I have it right here on this screen and it just I didn't even see it. Yeah, wow. ES. I'm more than happy to sit this one out and just wait.
A lot of volatility this morning, that's for sure.
Yeah.
With 64 point. They have like wicks that are 50 points long.
Yeah, it's
On the 1
ridiculous.
minute, can't on the 1 minute for the NASDAQ, like 40 point long. Okay.
All of last week, I think I didn't exceed 3 micros on ES on all of my positions. Simply because this range is just so wide. So weird seeing the Dow at high day and the Russell at low day. Or near low day, I should say.
That is interesting, yeah.
Yeah, Cayman, we're back. The Monday duo is back.
Woohoo!
Finally. QCAP, sometimes there's just not anything to say. I mean, just gotta wait. Yeah, Dan Ewing, you think she meant that woohoo? I didn't see any oomph behind that woohoo. She's locked in though.
Bruh.
I didn't say it. Chat said it.
Oh my lord. Woohoo! Yeah! Oh yeah! Let's do it. You ready
All right,
for
but
to rumble? Do 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 do.
Woohoo!
Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty sure I was Stowe.
that was Stowe?
I don't know what it sounds like. Maybe it's not.
No way. That's actually a really good woohoo.
I hope it is. That is
Oh,
Homer Simpson. I was just told by production that's not
that's
Stowe,
not
it's
Stowe.
Homer
Oh my God.
Simpson. Oh man, I was hoping like this would be a nice little wick in here and I might have like longed it, but man, it's a little sloppy, NASDAQ. It's so weird. Yikes. Dropping a bit. I don't like this drop at all, actually.
Yep, there you go. There's that
Slowly
reject.
pretty- Oh, here we go. Tracy said, Witkoff to brief House Senate on Iran today. Chicham is well, don't ask me hypothetical questions that aren't existing yet. I'm cheering for the US. When are they playing? Is it today? Or tomorrow? I'm definitely following the World Cup.
I have not been watching. I caught one game.
It's on July 1st, so that's on Wednesday. Okay, it's on Wednesday. I'm rooting for the US this Wednesday.
Wow, this sell-off.
Yeah, it is a big
Oh
sell-off.
my goodness. Wow. Okay. I mean, we're approaching
Yes,
that.
actually, it's a good team. Yeah, we are. Yeah, that's a massive sell-off. Seems like it was a headline. Damn. Just when the longs were like feeling good too.
Aren't you glad you waited?
I am. Like we said, we'd do a
Yeah.
vibe check. But I definitely was feeling like starting to feel like more focused and trying to look for the long, but didn't really get my entry. Didn't really see anything popping out at me that was like, yeah, I need to take this right now. So it was kind of crazy. Yeah, the 15 were pretty much taken back most of that first 15 minutes of the day on the NASDAQ and ES in the last like 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Russell made new lows. NQ very close to making new lows. Wow. How quickly the tables turn. Now we're at that 74.59 level again. See what happens.
How tabled the turns, yeah. Oh, well, how the turntables.
I was gonna say that, but I wasn't sure if people in chat would have corrected me.
I love The Office. So good.
This is
Man,
decision-making time.
it's only Monday.
It's only been 20 minutes.
I'm exhausted watching that. We just watched almost a 300-point range in the NASDAQ in 30 minutes
Bro, this is how it was like Thursday, Friday.
when I was away. Damn.
Honestly, that was a good week to kind of miss because the
That's what
open,
you're telling me. Yeah.
yeah, the opening price action, very trappy, very choppy across the board, and a lot of divergence. Lots and lots. Russell dumping should have been our key warning.
Yeah. You did mention how it was sus. But honestly, it helped us stay safe, so not long.
Yeah. Still nothing for me. I hate that the ranges are so big that I'm forced to be on the 5-minute. Chat, I hope anyone who was long had a stop and profit at least, or some sort of stop loss.
I mean, even if you lost money, whatever, if it was worth, just take it on the chin, get stopped out. That's it. It was worth the try.
Yeah,
Just make sure
100%.
you're not. Just be careful with the huge candle ranges that you're taking a smaller amount of contracts, like Salma said, because it's like you're risking more money with each contract as the stops get wider. So you need
Someone goes, yeah,
contract
$10
size.
profit. Woohoo.
All right, that's good.
Hey man, $10, you can go get yourself a Taco Bell or I don't know, 2 4 for 4s or
Taco
something.
Bell. You were telling me I was not being healthy for eating a granola bar for breakfast.
Dude, if you had to choose one fast food restaurant, what would
McDonald's.
it be? What? No, Taco Bell.
McDonald's. You
Bro,
got McDonald's
no.
anywhere in the world.
Oh, yeah. You can get some sardines. Yeah, jam.
Oh,
This is
actually,
true.
wait, I changed it to Shake Shack, but that's only on the East Coast.
You see, I don't think of like Shake Shack, Chick-fil-A as like
That's fast
they're
food. Yeah, it's like
they're the
pretty healthy
bougier. They're
compared
the
to other
bougie.
fast food.
Yeah, thanks for validating my thoughts on that.
I do think so too. Yeah, like I'm like, all right, that's
Like
like
I don't
high
consider Chipotle.
quality. Chipotle?
Yeah,
Man,
yeah, no, that's like I
no.
get it. It is fast food, but it's not like a McDonald's and a Burger King.
Or Pizza Hut, We're talking about those. KFC? I like Popeyes better than KFC's TBH.
Popeyes is good. You guys remember when people were getting
Oh
shot and
yeah.
killed for those Popeye sandwiches? Like, what
Oh
was
yeah.
life? What
That
even
was
was that?
crazy.
Bro.
I stayed out of there for like 2 weeks. I waited after.
I don't think I had that Popeye sandwich for like another year after it came out. Scary stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, Chipotle fell down hard, Mr. Strangles, yeah. Because they're like, okay, how can we squeeze as much money out of the consumer as possible? And they brought like an executive from Starbucks and they were like, okay, yeah, let's reduce portion size, reduce quality,
And
increase
up the price.
prices.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chipotle was like peak in like 2016.
When a bowl was $8, I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah. And then if you came in, I don't know if they still do that. If you came in a costume for Halloween, you get a free bowl or burrito.
They still do that.
That's good. You ever do that? I did that once.
Nah, I don't think I never really dress up
You
for
have
Halloween or
friends?
do anything.
Never?
Nah, like one time when I was younger.
Okay.
But yeah,
Never say
no.
never. Yeah, Chipotle's expensive now, bro. That's why. Yeah. K-shaped economy. Avocados from Mexico make the world go round, says the cartel. Cilantro stock. That's funny.
Oh, and Q, new low a day.
Sheesh.
But ES still holding though.
I'll be peeping that. I'll be seeing if like what that new low day is for ES, if we take it or not. What if this is just
We
another
got
fake out chop reversal, you know?
yeah. I mean, it
Yes.
could be.
Yeah, Jacob Brooks is what I'm talking about. Yeah, they brought in that Starbucks CEO. Oh, you're saying that pretty sure the Starbucks CEO that came in was the one that cost Starbucks $100 million in losses? Really? How would they have? They didn't do due diligence then. I don't know. Is Tanya a PC noob?
What
Yeah,
kind of question
man,
is
I
that?
have both, bro. I have
Uh,
Windows on my big trading computer. I like it better. And then when I travel, I have a Mac.
Guys, let's see if this is that bear trap that I was talking about earlier. Trap the bears early into the week and then rip it higher to end green. Ooh, Craig just said something in chat.
Possibly a rate check on JPY that just now keep an eye out for. Interesting. Modruk says Tanya, when you can consider ES and an NQ divergence at the moment. That's what I had just mentioned, that I'm like keeping an eye on the ES new low day, like the 930 low. But at the moment everything looks pretty weak. Probably is gonna take, yeah, I just took it out as I was saying that sentence. So, you know, not wasn't like considering it too heavily unless we were starting to see like wicks and such and reversals. So I need your confirmations for, especially if it's just like a intraday divergence, like just versus a 930 low. It's not as meaningful to me as if it was perhaps a London high, London low, like because this is new low day is in the middle of the range anyway. Yeah, we have a lot of different factors going on. It's not like a swing high or swing low on a higher time frame. So yeah, no divergence there at the moment. Just kind of looking at this on the 4 hour, and it's pretty choppy here. We have a big gap up. Yeah, it's been very volatile, so I'm like actually happy to sit on my hands at the moment. What do
Well,
you think,
4 hour
Salma?
candle looks nasty. The previous 4 hour candle, the way it closed on NQES.
Yeah. Yep. I'm pretty sure a lot of people maybe thought that we'd be, including me, that we'd be reaching for the swing highs and such, but looks like we are range trading even within that. So, what does chat think? Do you think that we're gonna fill the gap fill today, this morning, since we have dropped off from that high?
It's very possible. Chat, if you don't already have it marked on your charts, mark that midpoint, that 86 on ES. Mark it on your chart because this is the third or fourth day in a row where we reject that level. So just add it until we can get above
Wait, I missed what level?
that 74.86, the midpoint of the gap that I was talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we came up, rejected it, and now we flushed. And this is just a very, very big resistance level that I think people should be mindful of.
Good call
Anthony
out. Good
says,
call out.
where's the gap? You got to go on RTH, and then you'll see a big, big gap in price on both sides.
Yeah, the set I marked out in yellow. I mark out where Friday closed and Monday opened.
Wild. Let's see, maybe I'll look for a retest to go short.
Yeah, we've definitely invalidated my long idea. I was thinking maybe we'd be using that inversion we've made when we closed above on the hourly and the 4 hour to spool higher. So just gonna delete that and have a cleaner chart.
Your chart is pretty clean, Tanya.
I
really
don't like
is.
too much lipstick on my charts.
Lipstick. It's funny. Yeah, I'm the same. I think less is more sometimes. Less is more. I did set a limit at 61 for now. If we can come back up there, retest it.
Yeah, I'm looking at like my heat map and it's just really mixed even within tech. Like Nasdaq's up 0.4%, but yeah, Amazon's up. Is this true? 4.3%. Okay, no, okay. Meta's up 3%. Yeah, Amazon's up 4.5%. Micron's down 7%. And that was like, it's been the strongest. So we're having a lot of, even within the indices, divergence. Hard to read this.
Yeah, you got 5 out of the 7 Mag 7 names are green right now.
Yeah. Google up 3%, Tesla up 3, Meta is up 2.8%. Yeah, Amazon's up 4.5. Nvidia's flat on the day.
I got 29 as the midpoint of the overnight gap. And we pretty much just came to it right now. Would have been my target for that re-entry short. Yeah, Inferno, I would like to see some sort of retest so that I can get into some shorts and ride the momentum down. But again, I mean, I don't want to say it's too early, but let's see what happens. Oh, Tanya, you got Chris Fisher giving you a compliment.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
Miss Tanya. All right. Just tap into this midpoint.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, SciFlows says so much for trend day up. I know, right? They give it and then they take it away pretty quick.
Yeah, Wonky Cake, his timer is 25 minutes. All right, there's the midpoint. Hold on. What do you have as the full gap, Tanya?
For ES, it's 7411.75. For Nasdaq, we're about to fill it soon. 29,352.
Okay, cool. I think I did it to the wick instead of the close.
Gotcha.
So I got 13, but pretty close.
Yeah, it's a really small wick anyway.
It's going right for it, it seems. Wow.
Nasdaq gap has filled.
Nice.
Sheesh.
Nice. Wow, even gold off a cliff here too. So you guys, when we open up sandwiched in between two gaps, it's always a little bit tough to see which gap will get filled.
Yes, flows exactly. Yeah, we've mentioned that before. Typically, Monday is a trending day. So, Monday gap and go is typically the best day for that to happen. But yeah, it was a trap. I could see it going for the previous week low. I could see it. Honestly, I said last week that I wanted this previous week low from June 8th to get hit this week. And if we come back below the weekly open and stay below it, that could definitely be in play.
Damn. Wow, they really gave no entry for shorts unless you just chase that once the move got started. That's full gap fill for me. I know Tanya's still got 2 more points or so on ES.
I'm gonna do it in the next 30 seconds. It's a trap. It's
There
a
it
trap.
is.
Yeah. Sheesh,
Wow.
bro. All right.
Woohoo.
That's exactly when the drop started happening, I think. When chat
When you
was,
did your
was
woohoo?
yeah, when chat was mocking my woohoo, and then I was like going ham on the like woohoo.
I think
Have to
we kind
rewind
of saved
chat.
you though, because you look to be very focused, waiting to see where you can get in an entry. We distracted you for a sec there.
No,
Look at that.
Qatar
Buyers.
temporary suspension of sailing and all forms of maritime activities until further notice.
Okay.
Look at what, Salma?
I said, look at how buyers stepped in as soon as ES filled the gap.
Yeah. Pretty. We tapped weekly open for NASDAQ too. What are we gonna do? We're gonna range trade or we're gonna continue lower? It's gonna be an interesting morning here.
Yeah, I would
what's
want to
this
see
range right now?
higher.
It's a 560 point range, dude. Congrats on Arnaldo says with this short he just passed the Lucid account. Boom. Boom, bro. Good job.
Good
Now get to that
job.
payout. It don't mean nothing until you get to payout. Stay focused. Oh wow. Wow, the yen is continuously fall. Is this a new all-time low right now? Yeah, it's really close to it. Sheesh. Now's the best time to go to Japan. I want to go to Japan though. I do.
Oh my God, let's go. Let's convince guys, please do us a favor when we
guys
put out
sign
another.
Wait,
Listen,
actually
listen.
though.
Listen.
Everyone put that their location is Japan. And
When
let's all go to
NinjaTrader
Japan.
sends out a form for you guys to fill out on your where your locations are so we can plan our next meetup, can we all just put in Japan? It's just a 5-letter word.
Yeah. Even though so then when I pay for my flight, it could be a business expense.
But please, guys, do us that favor. Wow, you've been twice.
We could all just agree to meet in Japan.
How cool would that be?
Meet up in Japan.
All the sushi we can eat.
I love sushi. Honestly, one of the few things that's good for my diet right now, my stomach.
So good. I had some yesterday. Took myself out. Do you guys ever go into a restaurant and sit alone?
Yeah.
You guys ever do solo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that yesterday. I'm like, table for one, please. And they all looked at me like, did you just say one? Yeah, bro, I did.
No, they should be treating you nicer. Because then you might be an inspector.
Yeah, it might be undercover.
Yeah.
Oh, still, that's pretty cool.
Susie Stevens, the RTH gap we were looking at is from the Friday's close. to today's Monday's open. So that's our RTH gap, regular trading hours gap.
Oh, I missed that question.
You said it's 73, 79. I look at wherever basically 415 closes. And for me, it's 74.12.25.
I'd need at least 20 points higher on ES to even consider re-entering shorts. But now that we gap filled, I don't know how much I still love downside. Let's see, did RTY fill its gap? There was no gap. Okay, cool. And the Dow. Dow's almost gap filled as well. Still got a little bit lower, 200 points or so. For anyone watching the Dow.
Yes, this is for an example. Mine is on NQ right now. You have to turn on regular trading hours to see the gap. And so I mark it out and then I go back to electronic so I can visualize it. All right. Happy Monday, Sam. Hit that like button. Next week, sign up for the newsletter, and next week we will be giving away a hoodie live on the stream.
Oh yeah, guys. The newsletter has got some great stuff too. Can we get to 600 likes? Is that doable? We got almost 1,400 people watching.
Yeah, we got a woohoo from Tracy. We need Tracy to say woohoo live, and then production can clip it.
That'd be hilarious if they just bring Tracy on instead of the business duck. She just spawned in. All right, guys, I kind of want to see the 30-second OR low get retested at like 47-ish. Want to see us stall up here a bit. And then I might consider getting into some shorts. Let's see. And as I always say, any retest of any sort on a trend day is always risky when you enter. Time to go up. Alex, why you say that? I mean, we did gap fill, so we can definitely can reverse from here. This could be that early week bear trap though. And then continuation higher. Is this a trend day? We are still inside prior day. I mean, no, not really a true trend day. But currently we are trending lower, so yeah. True trend day would be just dumping right off the open, but the fact that we kind of pushed up and then dropped wouldn't make it a true trend day. It's also only an hour into the day, so it's kind of a bit too early to tell. 4-hour looks so crazy though for I wish I caught this a little bit earlier. I would have attempted shorts. The exact candle that I love to see. My trading view is laggy this morning. Pretty big candle on the YM right now on the Dow. Just liked Grubby. Thank you, Grubby, for the thumbs up. Let's see. This is the area right here that I'd be looking for shorts. And treat it as like a small 10-point zone. See what we do here. Took some 420 longs. Nice. 420 NQ or 420 ES? Let me see what the 30-minute candle's looking like now that we're approaching 10:30 here pretty soon. Still has 3 minutes to close, which is a very long time. A lot can change in 3 minutes. But the Dow's 30-minute candle is the strongest so far. Matt Smith says, Selma, why aren't you long? I simply don't see my setup. I don't see a reason to long other than the fact that we did gap fill, and this is the reaction you want to see after a gap fill is for buyers to step in. But I'm still not really too convinced here. Even like on the 15-minute, I don't see a setup for longs. Forgot to like the video. How dare you? What's your setup more? If I prefer to see reversal candles print at lows and highs, and I just didn't see that here. So I'd rather just sit out when I'm unsure and wait. Let's see, we are approaching that 30-second OR low, which breaches the area of where I would like to go short. We could push a bit higher at midnight open, Asia highs, which would be OR mid. So just gonna wait. Salma, come to the Philippines. I'd like to go there, sure. Put that in the when they ask you, where are you guys from? Put the Philippines. So we can come there as a team. Got stuck in 2 typhoons. That's crazy, dude. Yeah, maybe Philippines off the table for me.
Didn't take long to convince you.
Actually, I'm good. Okay, we're approaching that area, guys. I think it's worth a shot. Wait, what am I doing here? Let's see, let's see. All right. I set a limit at 53, 3 micros, nothing crazy there. Fib ES 15-minute. Top man, I honestly don't know what that means. Nice job, DA. 300 points is great on a day like today. Good work.
What's like the range still? Like that.
Good
It's like
work, good
700.
work.
Okay, 568 points since 9:30. Up and down. All right. The range. Crazy.
Oh, I failed on that short. All right, like I've said before, any kind of retest of any sort is always risky. I understand that. So I use size appropriately and you widen your stops on a day like today. No, I mean, not today, because if a reaction is to happen, it'll happen quick. These candles are, again, they're, whoa, why do I hear myself?
It's my bad. I opened it on my phone because I wanted to see the
chat.
Yeah. Okay, we're good now.
Like I was saying, the candles are really large and the ranges, I think the reaction will happen quick is basically what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we are at 50% retracement. Charles. A crazy wick on the hourly right now. On both sides, which is like what makes this
A little tougher,
the
right?
environment so tough.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel like Stowe right now. We got some tunes going on in the back. Just vibing.
Chris, are you talking about we tapped the weekly open well? We bounced from there. That's good.
You got the Russell rejecting again.
YM's almost back at its highs.
That's ridiculous. It didn't gap fill either. Came pretty close to filling that gap, and okay, wow, what a pop.
That is crazy.
Whoa.
This is where I'm like, oh, is there more used candles coming out right now?
Maybe the Russell would have been a better retest short.
Crypto fear index 12 out of 100 extreme fear. Where's Bitcoin at right now? I think Bitcoin, my next level was 49,500. Do I hope I have my alert there? Okay, we're not there yet. We're at 59,000. Yeah, YM's close to new high of day. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't
40 points.
that 1033 candle just now is pretty big. But we did retap. We retouched 930 open for NASDAQ. Interested to see. Will we hold this midnight open, this 1 minute FEG? Are we gonna fail that? If we hold this nicely, like we might end up going back to these highs.
Chill. No.
If it's a range trade, like, oh boy.
Would be interesting to see us fill that gap, and then as soon as we fill the gap, do a full-on 180 reversal back up. That would still be cool to see.
Yeah.
The Russell's still weak here, rejecting Asia lows, and that 90 MA on the 15.
Oh, you guys are talking about the gap fills, Tanya, the ES entry of 7411. Oh, I'm glad that the level helped you out. Yeah, we did bounce pretty much after the gap fill. So I see a little chat. A bunch of you guys got in longs there. Congrats. Give yourself a pat on the back. Phew. All we do is draw lines on charts. That's my job. I'm a draftsman.
Crayon lines.
Oh no. Okay. So right now it's actually below midnight open. So it's very interesting here, NASDAQ, what we're gonna do. Because right now I'm kind of like, honestly, if I'm thinking back though, like to my last week analysis, I'm still bearish. So yeah, we did come back to 50%. Actually, we came back to OTE up here. We're rejecting right now on the NASDAQ. 15-minute FEG. I don't really need this RTH gap anymore on my chart just to clean it up. We filled it. Now I can just use the ranges that we made. And then let's see here. Swing low is here. If we take out the swing low, maybe I'd look at shorts for NASDAQ.
Evershine Detailing says, I'm short now. If they're going to drop it, this is the spot to drop it from.
Yeah. We didn't close below that 1 minute FEG, or we didn't close below midnight open yet. I'm being patient here, watching ES as well. Kind of thinking in my head, let me check the stock heat map. Like, what would be better? What's weaker today? ES or NASDAQ?
What's weaker?
Honestly, Micron's down a lot. Yeah, let's see. Honestly, which one took out that London high first? ES did. Okay.
Yeah.
Probably more inclined to take a NASDAQ short. Micron is down 7%. Yeah, if it appears. Okay. Damn, 4-hour looks wild right now on both sides. It's like that. Yeah, that ugly close there on that 4-hour.
Yeah.
And then here, this massive wick. We have 3 hours left in this 4-hour candle.
Someone said, what hours would make up the IB Asia? Pablo, I don't personally use those, but I know I asked Chris the other day and he said that his IB Asia, I believe, is 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern time. I don't know what he uses for Euro though, but I don't know if anyone really pays attention to the IB during Asia and London. But he said it's been working great for him.
That's good.
Did you sneeze?
Now cough.
Oh, I was gonna say bless you.
I can use all the blessings.
All right,
Bless me
well, bless
anyway.
you anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, tell him. If you guys keep asking for it, it can one day happen.
Asian market trading show. And Salma would be the first to sign up.
Bro, even if I'm the first and only, guys, I'm telling you, it can be a very fun, entertaining stream if you guys are engaging, asking questions.
Woohoo.
And yeah, I think it could be a good time. Come on, dude. Even like NQ's being a little bit weak, and ES is trying to be annoying. Test my patience here. Just drop.
Drop, 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 drop. Everybody. You're in short still, right? You entered a while.
Yeah, I entered like 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago.
All right.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. I thought we would get like a quicker reaction.
Yeah. Same. It's kind of weird that we've been just not doing much in this range here since like 10:33. Thanks for the headlines, Tracy. It says Barack Ravid update special envoy Witkoff and Jared Kushner will travel to Doha today and meet on Tuesday the Qatari PM and other officials.
NQ needs to lose 560 and Russell needs to lose 3010. Oh, by the way, Tanya, your Dow made new high day.
Oh boy.
Can you believe it?
Can't believe it. Unbelievable.
Dude. GC.
Yes. Blue light glasses. Yeah. Blue light blocking glasses. Yes, yes, yes. I've been wearing them like every day for probably 2 years now. Since November. It's almost 2 years. You know who got me into them? T-Trades.
I've never seen you and T-Trades in the same room, so maybe you are T-Trades.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe he's me. It'd be easier, to fake just a voice rather than an image and a voice.
Exactly. You heard it here first, guys. Secret's out.
No,
all right.
There's no secret out. I'm just encouraging the rumors.
All right, NQ, come on.
NQ loves to tease,
Quick facts, Ari. No one likes an I told you so kind of person. Don't be that guy or girl.
DMY Trash asked, is Tanja and Salma, is there a specific indicator used to determine whether a market is non-tradable, that is range bound / chop?
I don't. I just
No,
look
I
at
don't,
I just look at the chart.
indicator. I'll use my experience with, I basically mark out swing highs, swing lows, and are we just wicking through them and like reversing instead of having follow through, like closing above them, creating displacements, clean retracements and continuations. That's a trending market versus choppy is just a lot of, wicks on both sides.
Yeah, same. You really just need to be able to look at price and tell when we're being range bound and when we're actually moving. Russell here looks to be curling. See if we get a 5-minute candle close below 0910. Watch the 1 second chart. Crazy. Pablo, I started that Kane interview. It's pretty good.
We're dropping now.
Yeah, good. Let's go.
It's actually starting to get more momentum here, actually. I'm debating. I think I'm gonna join you on the shorts right now. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, I'm in.
I'm setting my partials right now.
No, previous week low, TBH. Where is that?
All right, Casto, have a great night.
That's gonna be wild. But like, yeah.
Even YM is starting to turn here a bit.
Try it out.
Remember, guys, YM still didn't do a full gap fill. There's something to keep in the back of your minds. James, if you want that indicator, I can give it to production. They can post it in the chat. It's my key levels indicator. It only works on TradingView though. I'll post it. I also have a 30-second indicator too for those who trade on TradingView. Joe Bader says, I hope I said that right, but he says, how do you decide where to put your partial TP? So that's why I have these, I have the OR indicator and the key levels. They're just areas of where I would want to take partials or set stop losses, entries. So just basing it off that. You can also base it off, candles where you think we might sweep. James, they just dropped the link. So you guys can check that out. It's taking forever.
like it to reject from here quickly and not hold up from like 579s to 589s NASDAQ. Ooh, we're digging in again. Not a fan.
Yeah, what the hell is this pop?
I'm out of that. Okay. Sheesh, huge pop there. This market is yeah, unforgiving. But I'm pretty happy. I like was thinking that would be like a momentum down play, so I put my stop after midnight open. This is a swing high and this is FEG. I was hoping that this was gonna reject quickly, but damn, what a pop. 134 points in 2 minutes. But yeah, oh well. But anyway, I'm happy because I took only 3 micros. It's pretty much the smallest because it's like it was a wide stop, like 80 points or so. And just, risked the usual that I risked. So I only lost $500, which is my usual risk.
I just feel like they're just
yeah,
trying
I
to
don't know
trap
what
as
the
many
hell is
people.
happening. They're what?
I feel like they're just trying to trap as many people as possible before giving us an actual move.
You said that's what they were doing
all last
away,
week,
right?
Yeah. Yep.
There's no crying in baseball.
CL about to make new highs here pretty soon as well. They're popping off. There it is. Well, that's interesting move there.
Yeah, you're right, because yeah, they're trapping people on both sides. Earlier when I was looking at longs, I was looking at that like 9 to 33 candle, and they consolidated there for a while and brought us below those lows. And now we're popping back up. So anyone that had like a tight stop around that candle low or these lows, they got wicked out as well as anyone that's holding shorts here. I had this hourly open right now.
Icarus, I said that in the beginning of the stream. Don't be.
What do you say?
He's saying that it's
you
gotta be a patriot.
Be a patriot and hit the green button. Hit the like button for us. Yeah, you know what? You're right. It's my fault. I said that too. Should go for.
I mean, I also did say though that they would drop us or give us a two-way tape. Yeah, then push higher into end of the week, which I think still can stand true.
Yeah, it could.
Okay, NQ. I hate when you have such a great setup that sellers don't do anything with. They're gonna stop me out here pretty soon.
It's a wild ass wick on the 4-hour.
Oh, it's just a wild ass wick period.
On both sides. On hourly, every.
Wow. Even Russell. Russell looks probably the best in my opinion as far as it's the cleanest so far. Maybe switch to Russell for the rest of the day. Icarus, sellers always let you down until they don't. Until they show up with mad
Spoken
strength.
like a true bear.
So all you need is for those sellers to step up and validate like days worth of progress. Not invalidate, I'm sorry, erase.
It is an inside day, Viren trades. That's a good point. For the NASDAQ. Yes, it took out previous day high. But NASDAQ inside day. What's the range of the day before? 720, 738 points or so. Today's range is about 580. What kind of scam candle was this? 15-minute looks like crap on ES.
Yeah, it does.
All right, people. Oh wow, it's already 10:50. What the heck?
Time
flies.
flies.
You're having fun.
Woohoo.
Does anyone else feel like after they watch like 600-point range, they feel exhausted?
Yeah, my head hurts right now.
It's a lot to take in visually and mentally. Hmm.
I'm gonna keep this trade on. They're gonna stop me out or send it lower. Came really close to getting stopped out. About a point or so.
Yeah, ES looks like weaker than the NASDAQ at the moment. It's 5 minutes currently red.
Yeah.
You know.
Russell looks really good to just roll over. Just do it. Lose 10 and just start dropping for us.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I don't want this to flag here. I need this to just drop. Lair, you in what world is 10 points wrecked? People are
Their
funny.
world.
Yeah.
And
If 10 points wrecks you, my friend, then you need to check your sizing.
okay, let's see.
What's
Did you
up,
say
friends?
10 points is being wrecked?
Well, that's what someone in chat said.
Get wrecked.
Get wrecked, you loser. You just lost 10 points.
Oh my God.
It's only Monday. People are that mad.
10 points
already?
make or break you? Oh, brother.
Oh, poor chat. So grouchy. What are you going to do? But good morning, ladies. Good morning, Leo. How are you?
Good
How you
morning.
doing?
Good morning.
I'm good. Tanya,
Doing
what's
good.
up, man?
What's up, man?
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. How you doing?
I'm good.
We heard someone mentioned your vibe check. What is that? What you do?
Vibe Check is a tool that I made to check in on your emotional and physical readiness for the trading day.
Oh.
And the idea is that you fill out a brief self-assessment survey in the morning and then after you trade. And over time, you're able to correlate your emotional and physical readiness to your actual trading performance. So it's a way to get metrics on
To be more
psychology stuff.
self-aware. Smart.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It helps me. I need a ritual for like literally everything if I'm going to pull it off. So that's why I made it. And then, yeah, I I hung out with it long enough. I was like, all right, I'll just open this up and see if anybody else will want it. So yeah.
All right, sick.
Yeah, it's cool. Check it out. If you think it's cool, it's probably not for everybody, but yeah, I've found it to be useful.
It's pretty dope.
Thanks, man. It gives me a excuse to yell at Claude for, nights and weekends, which is a fun hobby of mine.
Okay, Nick.
I'm not. No. I'm not near Nick's tism levels when it comes to Clauding, but I aspire to be as good at Claude as Nick is. Nick's got so many little Claudes running around. He's got Claude armies. I just have the one Claude, and he's enough for me. You guys trade this thing today? What the hell's happening?
I'm in a short right now that I'm apparently wrecked on.
No, I got short over here in this OR mid area, covered a little bit into the V range, and then stopped out on the runners like right at 6:30.
Nice.
But I haven't done anything else. I'm not sure. No, I'm not in the trade.
I'm trying to figure out. That's what happened. Okay. I gotta get my DOMs back. I
When
love
you
how
draw a
fast.
volume profile, do you include settlement or just RTH? I just go to open and close.
There he is.
That's been a hot topic for years.
So look at Tanya, look at that divergence between NQES here.
Oh yeah. It's really interesting how Nasdaq's just a lot stronger.
Yeah.
Yes is continuously dropping a bit, so you might be good on your short.
I really like it if Russell can just give it up here. Just been consolidating since 10:30. 30 minutes straight. Let's see what happens. All right. Anyway, guys, it's been a fun morning. Tanya, as always.
Yeah. It's always a pleasure. Good luck
Cool.
and good trading.
See you
Have a good day,
gentlemen
guys.
later.
Thank
See
you.
See you, Tanya.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well.
I didn't say see you, Salma.
Yeah, I did. You guys beefing again?
Yeah.
Fair. Valid, I'm sure.
Just trying to rage bait her.
You made it back from London really fast. I'm surprised to see you back in your house.
I mean, you know what? When you have direct flights, you're the only passenger.
Did you get? Oh my God! I didn't even think about the PJ. That wasn't even the joke I was gonna go with. I was like, did you get one of those lay down flights where you get to kick your feet back?
I was laying down.
All right.
I was laying down. It's muscular Stowe.
You missed the bits last night.
Okay.
We the bit was just to catch you up on the bits. The bit was I started a fitness journey because Nick kept making the AI version of me a muscly dude, and I didn't want to not be the muscly dude in real life. So now I'm trying to become the AI version of Stowe that Nick has in Nick's own mind's eye. That's
so. What peptides are you taking?
None, baby. Just chicken and rice. I'm doing this old school. That's my plan. Chicken, rice. What else am I taking? Metamucil.
You can't beat chicken.
Is that
and
a
rice.
peptide?
What?
Metamucil. Is that a peptide?
I'm pretty sure that is the peptides for the older generations, though,
Yeah.
like the 70s.
It's the OG peptide, Metamucil. You got to keep it on the reg, baby.
I think you're not peptiding correctly.
I am becoming very familiar with peptide influencers and muscly dude influencers. They've almost completely replaced trading influencers on my algorithm now. It's almost entirely a muscly dude peptide algorithm.
Unfortunately, I've run into that same situation on TikTok. I don't know how to get rid of it. I think it's just TikTok is like overwhelmed with people that are selling peptides.
Okay, that's fair.
So it's either peptide TikTok or like I'm getting like a lot of lawn and house TikTok, which is great. I'm getting tips for lawn maintenance and house maintenance stuff.
Ooh, dude. Yeah, oh man. Lawn dude TikTok is amazing. You get those guys that like turn their entire lawn into a golf course that they have to mow every day. Oh man.
Yeah.
That's the life. That's the dream. But I got to live in Florida. I got to live in Bermuda grass territory in order to pull that off. So that's just it's never in the cards for me. But
yeah,
that's okay.
Same. This does look like a decent little spot for a short. Not quite.
Well, they
ready
really
to pull the trigger on this.
They really hate sold that for like a half an hour, huh?
Yeah,
it was pretty gnarly.
And then sellers were done.
Yeah, they're just like, oh, bye.
We got our jab in for the day.
It was a weekly open. You got that green line on your chart for a reason, is what you always say.
Oh, wait. Is that why is it on my chart?
Are your time zones messed up because you were in London? You have the weekly open different?
I gotta investigate that. Was it the overnight low? Was it the same level?
Yeah.
That's why then. That's why.
Oh, General Tim. I love that one. I love the guy that cleans up yards for free.
Oh, that guy is amazing.
Oh man. What's his name? Something landscaping. Why can't I remember it? I love that guy. I was just thinking I would clean up your yard for free, old lady. Oh, me? It's great. It's great content.
I think I'm going to watch for a minute.
When does Vince come on? Who's Vince? Do we have a Vince now?
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. We don't know anybody named Vince. I'm Stowe, and that's Leo.
Read the title.
There we go.
Vincent Desiano.
Vincent Desiano. He came on this morning for Tape Talk. So if you're looking for Vince, drag that guy, drag the little time thing backwards, and you can watch his interview. There you go.
Desiano. Sorry.
Apologies.
Whew.
Sheesh.
Man, I'm going to get in trouble.
Production's on me today. They're like, Stowe, unmute your mic. You had no idea that I was working on my Dr. Dre playlist, and it's a pretty big priority for me in the mornings. Sorry, I forgot to unmute, Austin.
All right. I'm scaling in very small. Going to use a little bit of a wider stop here. Got filled at 1875.
I don't hate it. I ain't taking it, but I don't hate it. Not a play I just crushed a lot. Oh, it's a good Monday. Can anyone tell me what V range is?
No.
Nope. It's a mystery. That's becoming that's like the new daily question. What is V range? What is V range and how does it work? Yeah, that's replaced what is a poor low in my life. You can't Google it. It's a mysterious indicator. It's proprietary. Don't worry about it. I mean, honestly, all jokes aside, the way that Leo and let me just put some words in Leo's mouth real quick while he's in this trade. The way that Leo and I both trade is we worry less about the why and more about the does that work or not when that happens. So we have found that some things work when some things happen with V range. So that's the part I would focus on.
This is annoying. We really should drop here because I want to take profit.
Yeah.
But I don't want to do it prematurely.
Get back to that OR mid. Just go ahead and scoot on down there. I kind of want a long ES, which means that this might go down. I did most of my work last night on the stream though. So I don't really have, I'm not trying to get too crazy right now. I was
took some trades last night.
I was a big Globex enjoyer last night. Yes. Very fun things happened at weekly levels that I was waiting for. And there was a fun guy on ES that just came in, and I haven't seen this in Globex in a while. They just came in and put 1,000 lots on, and then the market said, all right, fair enough, and then went back up. So it was cool. I don't want to be a player no more.
All right, I'm going to trim. I mean, they don't want me to maximize this trade whatsoever.
It's a personal
40
attack.
points. Going back up. Ooh, we're allergic to that.
Nah, yeah, all right. You getting there. There's your mid. Boom.
All right. I'll take one there.
Yeah, ES was puking its guts out a little bit.
Straight up same feeling, Leo. Still lose heart. Yeah.
That was really impressive hate selling from 10 to 1020, which is, I mean, that's a long time for bears when you think about it.
Yeah.
Bears aren't known for the stamina.
It's they have either half-hour stamina or one-day stamina.
Yep. Well said. That's actually really, really true. You think we're going to 74?
Where's the accent, mate? Oh, don't worry. We're just being cunts here.
Whoa. Did they give you the C word card when you were in London? I don't have access to that personally.
So I was talking to somebody this weekend and I used that word and they were like, oh, you didn't even have to go to London. You picked up the C word.
I want to have, I would like to have Kane on one of our Sunday Ticks shows eventually, which is hard because it's like 5 a.m. for him. But
he can do it.
I'm going to write down every British slang that I've always wanted to know the origin of, and I would like to do just a quick interview with Kane. You know, Kane does a lot of interviews. I would like to do one, but just about British slang and the origins of some of these words.
I don't
what you're
think
allowed
he'd be
to
the right
say.
person for that, actually.
Wait, why?
I think he's not like I don't know.
He's the only British person I know. How else am I going to find out?
Find another British person.
I can't do that. I'm at my friend capacity, dude. I don't need any more friends. I'm 41.
I mean, I don't think you can ever have too many friends, right?
No, our time is over for that. Friends are a
So
young man's game.
Right back to my entry. It's fun. This is fun. I'm having fun. I want to throw my phone at the computer.
Chill Guy's not British. You're from Australia, aren't you? No, 50 Cent. I don't think so. Not today. There we go.
All right, they took my my remainder position off there.
Wow, impressive pullback, Bears. 40 points. That was evil. That was very evil.
I think I want to get back into this trade though. At some point. I think that was just to stop out this little consolidation.
I made Chill Guy mad.
What are you giggling about?
I said, I think Chill Guy's Australian. And he just said, I am effing not. You accused me of that before. I'm sorry.
God.
I forgot. I'm sorry. I don't know why I have that burned into my brain.
The funny thing is I actually know that he's British for a fact.
Oh, okay.
That is the funniest part.
My bad. Oh.
All right, we're gonna jump back in this short. I think it's got the energy it needs now.
There you go. I gotta wait for 440.
Oh, come on.
It's the only thing I got left. They're both fighting with previous day high now from the upside. I'm buying the piss out of this too. Chill Guy, you got me good with that one, dude. Oh, man, I do have a lot of British friends. Look at you all. All right.
See, you didn't even know.
I didn't know. Okay. Well, thanks, guys. Maybe that can be my next vibe check contest. That was nice of Tanya to ask me about vibe check. That's cool.
I like it, man. It's a way to quantify your vibes.
Right?
Have you ever asked yourself if you're okay before you start trading? Like, are you good?
Hey, man, are you okay? Everyone should ask themselves that. For sure. Sometimes the answer is no. No, man. I'm pretty fucking far from okay.
I'm pretty not okay. All right. Okay. Going. Cool. I'll
KD.
Took a 30% of this trade off here for
nice job, dude.
30 points.
I doubted you. I apologize. One change I made this weekend, KD, I'm glad you like that. That was user feedback. I love the user feedback. I love getting feedback from people about stuff. I don't know if everybody else in the world is like that. Like they would love to know other people's perspectives and opinions. But I have always loved feedback. And that was something somebody said. They're like, hey, man, you should hide the score until the survey is done so people can't, be like, I'll just slide this to a 7. I'll just slide this to an 8. I'd like to get a score good enough to trade today. And that was some dude's idea or some person's idea. I was like, hell yeah, that's a great idea.
I feel you, Chill Guy. Sell it, you wankers.
A bunch of geezers up here. It's 7:44. Can't get it done. I'm Ringo Starr. I just want to have a good time.
Let's go. Come on. Stowe, that's Irish.
I thought I got really close with that one too. Damn it. I was actually secretly
my
sitting here pretty
gosh.
proud of that execution on the accent.
Stowe's accent is basically an Irish, Scottish, Australian. Has nothing to do with Britain.
I just can't
England.
find it, man. I cannot find it.
That was a pirate. Arr!
Thank you. Kevin's got my back in production. Appreciate you, Kevin. Liverpool.
What in the? Who's buying it in these
Lots of people.
84s? It's so annoying. Please stop. You guys know you can buy it lower for a better deal.
Leo, have you heard the of the one about the pirate that walks into the bar?
No.
Pirate walks into a bar, and for some reason, instead of a belt buckle, he's got like his ship's steering wheel where his belt buckle should be. And the bartender is like, "What are you doing? How are you walking around with that steering wheel as a belt buckle? It's huge." And the pirate just goes, "Arg, it's driving me nuts."
God, that's a dad joke.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy Monday. Here's your dad joke.
Killing it with the dad jokes.
I gotta wait. I'm waiting for a trade that might not happen today. I need another 30-point pullback before I can buy this thing. So settle in, chat. No, hey Jude, you're not supposed to laugh. You're supposed to go, ugh. Disgusting.
All right. Scratch out of this trade. The rest of it, at least.
They got absorption here at 732.
Yeah.
Nope, not anymore.
Not enough. And I was just hoping for a little more downside
Just to the point of
continuation.
control. Yeah.
Just something, you know.
They'll get there eventually. They're just doing, I don't know. They're just doing dumb stuff here at 720.
I'll wait for a better trade. I mean, even if it goes down here, it's whatever. Hey, look what it's doing.
Pain.
You know, nothing has gone right today. I got to my desk, flipped everything on. Guess what? Camera's broke.
Oh, no.
I unplug it, plug it back in, still broken. Restart my computer, still broken. Restart my computer and plug it in, plug it, unplug it, plug it in, still broken. So then I got to find the old camera, which I used to use, and that's what I had to plug that in and configure it.
I thought you looked blurrier today. This makes sense. Downgrade. Yeah. Okay. Well, that sucks. I'm glad I got all that Globex loot. I probably would have been chasing this trend. Got rope-a-doped. Overnight high and low run in NQ. Typically, if that day exists, something bad has happened to me.
Okay, this is fun. I'm sorry. I'm going to piss off my wife right now, but.
All right, great. Mrs. Leo, shots fired. Incoming.
We're trying to find potentially a new mattress.
Okay.
And so while she was out, she went to the furniture store to lay on a couple. And she was like, "Oh, I like this one. I didn't like that one."
Okay.
But then, and I was like, "Okay, cool." And then she goes, "But they have this base that can move the head and feet up and down, and I just have to have it. It took all the pressures off of my shoulders and my hips." And I'm like, "You want a foundation base? That's like for 80-year-olds."
Oh, like the orthopedic commercial. It used to be on at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Yeah, that's like the commercial you would see. You can tell her if she really wants a good one. They make ones that help you stand up, so you don't have to stand up by yourself anymore.
I mean, she's 36. She's not even old.
I know.
I'm 42, and Chad's acting like I'm dying.
Dude, she's been chasing G-Man around for 7 years. It's a tough business.
Yeah.
I know that. Willow makes me feel like I'm easily 65. Some days I'm like, bro, where can this energy, go somewhere else? How? Where's
Tell her they have auto stair lifts as well. Oh my gosh. Beauty Rest Black.
I don't know, Leo. I don't know what made you decide to start a bit about your wife getting an old people mattress, but rest in peace to you, my friend, if she's watching.
She's not watching, bro. She's busy.
All right, cool. Good. I see why you snuck it in then.
That's a Beauty Rest Black they're not afraid of the price tag on that one.
All right.
Pick a good one. Could be your last bet. I know. I know. How long have I been trading for? Since about 10 years at this point. I started in 2016.
Did you see the in memoriam tributes that Nick made for your trading career last night?
I didn't see it. How long have you been sleeping for? Not long enough, apparently. Your bet adjusts feet, head, and vibrates.
Come on, baby.
That's
Oh,
did you get
sorry.
long?
I did on ES though. We drag this baby over here. Typically, what happens to me is I find a trade on the chart that is not on the screen I'm sharing. That's how this works the last couple of weeks. But yeah, I just bought this. I liked where, NQ pulled back, like wiggled around its OR mid. And then there was all of this. There was a good tail here, the Delta volume profile finally. And then we got Delta flip 2 to confirm it. So party on, Wayne, I apologize a trillion times. We do have a skipped auction there at 60 though. You gonna go NQ, or is this we just found this seller up here again? You know what? I'm gonna take it. Skipped auction at 60. I don't want those 4 points coming back. That was a good scalp. Cool. This stuff on ES that I'm talking about. This is a skipped auction at 60.25, which is like, I don't know, almost the point of control. Pretty unlikely that this is not going to get revisited at some point. So I got 4 points on that. Better to take $200 off the table, assuming this is going to come back and get talked to again. It could go further first, but when I see something like this, when I'm in a trade that it can come back on, I usually look to get out, especially if it's in a high volume node like that.
I'm short here. Thank you.
Good. Go fill that 60, guys, so I don't feel ridiculous for getting out of that trade.
We're just kind of in this range, although it feels particularly bullish right now. So I'm going to have to take a stop there. I still want it.
Thank you, Mia. Really trying to be a scalper. I'm still in my eval and funded timeout, but I'm turning the corner, feeling good ish. Damn, I did that thing again where I forgot to turn on Live chat. There we go.
Took 2 stabs at that short. It's just not going. It's going straight up, actually. There's just like, we're in this range, right? So I'm going for that range play.
Leo, do you remember when you said you wanted, you were trying to get me to run like a 30-mile thing in Oklahoma or something? You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, let's do that for real. Cause I'm finally I think I'm finally ready
All right, sick.
to party.
Next year?
Yeah. I can wait.
It's in October.
Okay, great. Perfect. Year and a half. How far is it?
I think it's 66 miles.
Jesus. Okay. Oh, I'm going to need to listen to that Goggins book a lot of times between now and then. But, I'm ready to carry the boats. I want to carry them. How hot is Oklahoma in October?
Oh no, it's cool.
Cool.
Like 70s, 80s.
Nice. Okay.
Well, not 80s, probably like 60s and 70s.
Okay.
Why would I short here? I just said, look, I'll draw it for you.
Do the people a favor, Leo. Draw.
Yeah, draw it. Do you see this rectangle? There's a distribution here on the volume profile, and you can see it in the price action too. The low range here, top of the range here. This is just a scalp type trade where you're fading the range edge back to the bottom of the range or the middle. That's it. Nothing other than that. Very simple.
We're finally talking to this spot where we broke down on NQ, but ES is not as excited to party higher.
Yeah, I said 66 miles. Hopefully I am still around next year. That would be.
That's the plan.
Sad. I wasn't.
Hi, Leo. What is your volume? Says Chart House. I'll just
my
let you
volume
answer.
is 2,000.
On NQ?
This is MNQ.
You're doing 2,000 vol MNQ.
Yeah, because when the volume, we've had increased volatility for the last couple of months. So
my God.
I bumped it up quite a bit.
Dude, I wish you were on the stream last night. Some guy was in and he was like, hey, man, with the increased volatility, should I be looking at MNQ at a different volume level than just NQ? And I was like, no, I mean, I don't do that. Who in their right mind would do that? And here you are doing that exact thing.
Wow.
No, that's not what I said, though. I said, I don't, but it's not like that's not an idea. It sounds like that makes a lot of sense. Maybe you should try it. And here you are. I think I'm 3,000 volume on ES.
Over how long of a period? There's no
Yeah.
period. Oh, sorry. You're talking about running. It's a 24-hour situation.
Man, anything over like 8 or 10 miles, you got to start thinking about like calorie math too. So that's going to be something I got to start to factor in. But I'm getting there. Was that the DJ Trade said it was Leo's burner last night testing me? That makes sense. That is exactly what he would do.
I was busy. I didn't even have a chance to watch. Had I had a chance to watch, I would have been on with you.
You can pop in tonight if you want to from the pool. That was fun.
You guys are going on tonight?
Yeah.
What are you doing tonight?
It's tonight's the Vibe Check show. The Vibe Check has its own show, man. A lot has happened since you went to London.
Wait, every Monday you're on doing Vibe Check?
Yeah.
Sick.
Dude, I'm sure the PJ has internet. He can stream from the PJ.
That was probably one of my favorite tweets, that I would be in London and not even ever going there.
It's a great bit. It's such an excellent troll. All right, 60-25. Go get rid of that thing. It's driving me nuts. Arg.
Get with the program. I'm working on it. There's a bit of chaos.
Hey, man, dude. Good morning, brother.
Household here.
Mr. 8020 says he ran a 50 miler at the beginning of May, and he would be happy to DM us his training plan.
Oh, sick.
I'm gonna need something. if I'm gonna pull it off. Because I'll tell you what, I ain't going all the way to Oklahoma to let Leo beat me in a 66-mile race. I'll tell you that for free.
I don't even know about armpit enthusiasts. What's that? What am I missing out on?
That's a crossover bit. So that dude, it's just someone with maybe the best YouTube handle name of all time, which is Armpit Enthusiast. And he's someone that comes on and talks to us on our show that we do by ourselves. But he came to my NinjaTrader Develop Your Edge session, and he had a question, and Jim had to read the words, "This next question is from Armpit Enthusiast," which I loved. And I loved that for all of us that we got to experience that together. But it was a valid question.
Big fan of armpits, huh?
Thanks, Mr. Butters. Appreciate the love. Dad jokes. They're important. They keep us all together. Armpit Enthusiasts, if you're in here, we love you. Dang, that's all they're going to give me? Just that little scalperoonie, huh? Okay. Oh, Leo, I found a new show. By the way, I know you don't have a lot of free time, but this show is really good.
What is it?
It's on Apple TV. It's called Sugar. And it's like a private detective mystery thing with Colin Farrell. And it's
I like Colin Farrell, actually.
It's really cool. It's really cool.
Nice. I'll have to check it out.
Yikes, Leo. TMI. Not you, Leo. Leo Garcia. TMI. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. How we doing on the likes? I'm sure we're fine. The ladies always do banger job on the likes, as they say. Across the pond. A banger job on the likes.
Very, very Irish.
No, it's not. And also, if it was, those two places really close to each other. That's like me being in Pennsylvania and being like, well, that's a really Ohio accent you have. Yeah, man. Like, it's the same place. We're pretty close to each other. And I probably just made everybody.
So by the same definition, New York and Boston accents should be identical, but they're not.
Boston. Use that trade copia. Well, New York has its own accents within the thing, though.
Do not compare Ireland to England.
Yeah, I screwed that up as I was saying that sentence. I realized I was making a huge mistake. I just mean geographically, distance wise. I'm just talking about just on a map, nothing else. But to be fair, Pennsylvania and Ohio, they argue with each other all the time. So maybe that was a terrible analogy.
I mean, you got Tanya to even react. I'm really wanting to get short here now.
I know. Looks good. ES looks good too. I'm telling you, man, they're going to go get that 74, 60, 25. They ain't leaving that alone. I don't know when, but it's happening. Trish is asking this person is asking a very weird question, which I don't understand. I don't know what you're trying to ask, Trish. Are you talking about like a trade that we made? But that's fair, Phil. Yes, we do both share a dislike of Michigan as Pennsylvania and Ohio. That's the one thing that unites us. I like interstate beefs.
See if we're going to take out this high intraday.
Only thing left to do.
Yep.
Maybe the white van's listening and they're not going to go get that 74, 60, 25 guy now. I used to read One Up magazine. Oh, that Trish person's talking about their own execution. Yeah, man, I don't know. If you're trading with a prop firm, maybe you went over your position size limits and they corrected it. I don't know, man.
We get NQ prior day high. We've been up there, 715. We already passed it. Current day would be 830, 38?
Yeah, something like that.
38, 37. Hello. Hey.
Pushing.
I just can't stand these slow grinding moves. I get nothing.
I think we're just in the middle. I was just looking at the higher time frame, trying to figure it out.
Yeah, this big fat volume node here.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Well, ES is trying to pretend like it's going to leave, but this is its current value area high up here at 75. $990. Maybe today? I don't know. That's a big range already, 566. But this was pretty rad on ES. This is what we didn't get last night. And this was, I was sus. NQ was gone, retested its monthly -1 and pieced out. But ES never got back there at all last night. So that wick down, that hate selling got us into that and rejected. No weekly open touch on ES though. Am I sure NQ touched it? Yes, NQ touched it. Almost to the tick. I can't believe, as the purveyor and inventor of the big green line, not the big green line, of the G line, you didn't have it on your chart.
It's because it's the overnight low is the same level. So it's
What?
overnight low. I
Did
can't
you
have two
prioritize
labels.
it? You can't. Sure you can.
I don't know,
You just
man.
need 2 charts. You just need
Why
more
are you giving me
screens.
such a hard time?
Don't you have like 50 screens over there, Big Cat?
No,
What are you doing?
No.
You know what you should get? You should get Selma to send you one of her screens. You know she makes like 20K a day, somebody told me. It's crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Man.
dude.
She trades on 20K monitors.
No, she's got those Temu monitors like I do because we talk about it and how much they break. Yes, flipped from negative to positive gamma today. Okay. Thank you, Tracy. Also, hi, Tracy. That's what I want too, Nish. That would be my target. Just get up there, 29.90. See what happens. What are you doing for the 4th, Leo? What are you cooking?
Are
you ready?
Doing a brisket,
Okay.
but we're having a birthday party. It's like a coast, celebrating America's birth, and also celebrating little N's birth.
The baby babe.
She wasn't born on July 4th. She was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Her original due date was July 4th.
Could have been the most American birthday baby ever.
But she came early. But we're just going to celebrate on the 4th when other people are in town. Other family members are in town.
Yeah, she's 1. She doesn't. She's fine. She's not going to care, right?
Oh, yeah. For sure.
She's going to be 17 and be like, you remember that time?
Yeah, I'm like,
remember that time you pushed my birthday?
And take a picture so you guys can celebrate. But like, she's not going to know anything.
Is the world still doing the smash cake phenomenon where you give a baby a bunch of sugar and you're like, here you go? Okay. You down with OPP? I'm pretty sure we did a smash cake for Willow. Pretty sure.
They're begging me to sell this thing, and they're just going to pop it right back up. It's like these consolidating uptrends are so annoying. They're like, okay, you want to short this? Come on.
Oh, thanks, Mr. 8020. I'm actually not. Leo and I are always bantering, so you can always assume that there's never. You never know what's real and what's fake. That's how we like it. But thank you. That's cool. I will look at that. If I can pull it off and not die, that would be cool. I'd like to achieve that. Plus, I could run a 66-mile race onto my midlife crisis list that I've been creating.
Wait, are you having a midlife?
Well, you're supposed to. I'm 41. This is the middle. Ideally. Hopefully.
Wonder
I'm
what
doing
gonna
lots of
do
stuff.
for my midlife.
I'm on a diet. Diet's going great, by the way. Thank you for asking, Leo. I do look
Oh,
good.
you give me no fucking chance.
I love making this healthy ice cream. I tell you what, it feels good to eat a ton of ice cream and be like, I was supposed to do that.
Yeah, the creamy game, if you get it right, is good.
Dude, it's so good. I have cracked, my favorite flavor, which is weird, is not something that I liked before, but I have found a salted caramel sugar-free pudding, and I have these. I don't really have a lot of protein snacks, but I found these pretzels that are really good. And what I do is I crunch up these protein pretzels, throw them in there,
Throw 'em in the ice
salted caramel pretzel ice cream. It is
Yeah, that's
insane. That's my best one, Mr. Butters.
Mr. Butters just got a creamy.
Good, congratulations. I mean, you got to do it every day to make it worth it because it's like $200, right? That's a big expense. But if you're a person that likes to eat ice cream every day, like me, and is too old to go to Dairy Queen constantly, also like me, this is what you got to do. Why is everybody saying previous day high is not up here? Previous day high is,
I don't know. It's literally
maybe some. All right,
7:14.
Hold on. Did we not run? If we didn't run the overnight high yesterday, okay. This is what people are saying. It's because they're looking at yesterday's overnight high as the previous day high. You know how some people do that?
I don't even know yesterday's overnight high.
I know. It's because we don't look at it because we don't.
Yeah, that's literally crazy.
Yeah, but that's how a lot of these turkeys trade, which is like 886.
Okay.
So there you go.
We can use fake levels now. Prior
140 clams at Costco? Dude, that's a deal.
Is 716, and we're already above it. I'm happy to call you insane. You guys call us insane, I can call you insane. This is a two-way street.
That's right.
Chris doesn't. He was just having a good time with us about it.
No, I think Chris does actually do that.
No, don't. Stop.
Okay, sorry. I don't know. See? Even I don't know when I'm in a bit and when I'm not in a bit. That's how you know it's good. Jim.
Hey, gentlemen.
Jim.
How are you guys doing?
Hi, brother. Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Refreshed from the weekend. Hopefully you guys are too.
You sound refreshed.
I am, maybe. Yep.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I got a lot
Where are
done
you,
this
by
weekend.
the way?
This is Jim's office setup. He's got a new vibe.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
that's the new. Is this the new gym?
It's the new background for sure.
The
But-
problem before was Napoleon kept knocking that plant over. And so Jim had to work somewhere with a door to keep that insane dog away from him for the few minutes that he needs to be on to
that
tell us
true?
good job.
The plant was my nemesis for sure. Because I refused to get a fake one. It's just against any principles, guiding principles. So it was a live one. So it spent the weekends outside, and then
What?
it spent the weekends outside.
I always thought it was a fake plant.
Oh no!
You had to take the plant outside and bring it back inside for the show.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
That's cool. That's impressive.
That's some dedication.
And now it's out there for the last a week or so. It's very happy.
I have grown a plant. It's the first one I've ever grown. Do you guys want to see it?
Yeah. I hope it's
gonna
not
show
what I
us.
think it might be.
I'm super proud of this. Look at this. It's catnip.
Look at that.
And it's not dead. It's been going for like a month and a half. My cat could care less about it though. As you can see, it's untouched. But catnip.
Wow. Fantastic, man. Keep up the good work. Oh man. Hey, let me remind everybody too. I forgot to remind everybody this morning, but Wednesday, 1 p.m. East Coast time, special hour with the one and only Larry Williams. So we're going to be taking questions as well. Larry's going to be with us. How to win as a day trader is the topic. Talked to him last week. He's in great spirits. He's just a phenomenal fountain of youth, this guy, and he's got a lot of street cred. So looking forward to that. Wednesday.
That's awesome.
Yes, July 1st.
You ready
All
for the
right.
4th, Jim? You got any good things going?
No, pretty much the same as last weekend. Just chill out. It's super hot and humid here. I don't know about you guys.
Okay.
So, but great job today. Appreciate you as usual. Let's give these two a well-deserved round of applause, please. Awesome job as usual. This afternoon, we got Jack, Joey, and Nick Fertick coming to trade the close, everybody. So,
Sweet.
Regular 2 o'clock start time with Shy is going to do the afternoon update at 2 o'clock. So, thanks, guys. Appreciate you too. I will talk to you soon. We're going to do an edge report and end the morning stream.
Cool. Appreciate you too, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. See you,
Peace,
Jack.
Leo. See you, chat.
All right, let's take a longer picture, a bigger picture peek at the E-mini S&P. This is a weekly candle chart. And you can see at the bottom here, I have the commitment of traders reports. And a couple of weeks ago, we flipped this script around a little bit. So the commercials or the hedgers went from a net long position to a net short position. So they flip-flopped over the last couple of weeks. At the same time, the large speculators went from a pretty big negative net position, negative meaning short, to almost parity, right? They pared all those shorts down. So there is a little bit of differential going on right now. And you can see these big blue bars here. I'm not sure why the specs were actually selling into this big rally, but they finally got the message and they're turning stuff down, which may or may not be interesting. It is to me. So that's the weekly. And right now, again, this is there's no major retracement happening, right? I have a fib line just, really from the week of April 3rd all the way to the highs. And we're sitting around 23.6%. That's not a big deal. So again, for the doom and gloomers out there, regular kind of sideways behavior. Let's drill into the daily. In daily, you'll see it a little bit better. Today, we got a decent green candle for sure, and that's going to factor into what we would do later on today. We got that quarterly pivot right next to that 9,500 psychological level, right next to the 74.95 midpoint. We talked about this morning, well above that anchored VWAP from when the war started. And again, you can see in this particular view, not a big level of retracement. Also, we had our big level of retracement all the way back here, the swing low that we saw on the 11th of June. That almost got to the 38, but it didn't. So again, this is a bullish market right now. I think Tracy suggested we went into a positive gamma environment right now. Let's take a peek at a 30-minute chart. Really nice volume profile, almost picture perfect. A little bit of a volume note, a little bit higher, but that was just, look at that. One candle was responsible for all of that. So didn't spend a lot of time there, did some volume up there, but sellers pushed us right back down below that 0 DTE call resistance level, and that's a big level. That level is at 75, 74, 75. That's where we're at right now. And this is really framing the resistance on the upside for the whole session. We tried to wick through it just right now, and we're trying to get to it again right now. But again, that's going to be a hard obstacle to get through. You got that one-day max right there as well. But if we do, we could have a single break to the upside or the downside. Right now, the initial balance is huge. We have a really big initial balance with these crazy wicks of uncertainty, I'll call them. And then that high vol level is down here, 74.30. This is kind of when you start thinking about positive gamma versus negative gamma. So we're in that positive disposition. And you can see kind of that nice even grind up right throughout the session, walking up along that white line. That's that session VWAP line, and the 20 EMA is right underneath that. Now, if we do get a break to the downside, we do break that IB low to the downside. We do have that pivot, and we do have that 0 DTE put support level at 7,400. So there's some things to think about on the downside. But right now, it's looking pretty bullish, actually. I hate to say it, but I don't hate to say it. I just said it. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin really quickly here and take a peek. We are, well, I got the July contract up close enough. I mean, it's okay. There's 60,000 contracts traded in July. So next month, remember, this is a monthly contract, so we'll stick with it. And right now, again, we're just kind of last couple of 4 days, we've traded through this 6205 level. And why is that even a level? Why does anyone care? This is a swing low that we saw back on February 6th, 2026. And, it's a target wick, right? Whenever I see these big target wicks there, I draw lines across to see if we get to them, and we did. So right now we're kind of hovering around that line right now. And then the downside, we talked about this morning, 49,340. Now, we did a really weak measured move from this bearish flag, as Tracy would say, it's looking flaggy. And again, I measured the top to the bottom, duplicated that length to see where the measurement would take us, and that's pretty low. That's almost at 40,000. So there's a couple of big picture downside targets here. I know a lot of people are bearish here. We had a lot of outflows happen, as Tracy described earlier this morning, and Craig talks about. And intraday, again, nice middle of the day, point of control kind of dominates right now. Don't see much movement. This will probably go sideways for the rest of the day. Right now, though, we're south of that 60,000, which is a little bit of a psychological negative factor, in my humble opinion. That 0DT call resistance all the way up to previous session's highs, kind of where resistance is, kind of bounces back down there. Again, no IB break for this market either. Maybe by this afternoon, we'll take a peek again. That's this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us on NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up, the great participation. For those of you who are able to get in the chat, great. Appreciate that as well. Suggestions, always welcome in the chat as well, so don't be shy in there. Thanks for being part of the community here. We greatly, greatly appreciate that. In the meantime, have a nice lunch, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock this afternoon.